Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. What if the ancient world was not a primitive beginning, but a half-buried memory we still don't fully know how to read? What if the stones, maps, myths, calendars, lost libraries, drowned coastlines, vanished skills, and forgotten cities left behind by ancient people are not just relics of the past, but clues from minds that were watching nature, time, death, the sky, and civilization itself far more carefully than we once imagined? In this journey, we'll move through the strangest real mysteries of ancient history, from stonework that still challenges easy explanation, to monuments aligned with the heavens, mechanical devices that turned astronomy into gears, maps that seem to know more than they should, oral traditions that may preserve geological disasters, and cities that rose, flourished, and collapsed through fragile networks of climate, trade, belief, and memory. These are not alien myths, fake legends, or fantasy stories. They are real questions from archaeology, history, geology, ancient technology, and human culture. Questions that show the past was never simple, never silent, and never as far away as it feels. Because the deeper we look into ancient civilization, the more it seems that humanity was always trying to do the same impossible thing: understand the world before it disappeared, preserve knowledge before it broke, and carve meaning into stone before time could erase it. So if you're ready to drift into a forgotten world where ruins speak, myths remember, stars guide, oceans swallow, and the past becomes stranger the more we uncover it, tap like, hit subscribe, and step into the mystery with me. Because ancient history is not just what humanity left behind, it is the shadow of everything we once knew, lost, rebuilt, and still haven't fully understood. Why some stonework still challenges modern explanation. Some stones in the ancient world feel less like ruins and more like unanswered questions left in daylight. You can stand before them today, centuries or even thousands of years after the hands that shaped them disappeared, and the first feeling is not fantasy, but quiet disbelief. Not because we need to imagine aliens, lost lasers, or impossible magic to explain them, but because the real explanation is already strange enough. Ordinary human beings, with tools far simpler than ours, organized labor, patience, observation, muscle, engineering judgment, and cultural devotion so intensely that they could cut, move, fit, raise, and align stone in ways that still make modern people pause. The challenge is not that archaeology has no answers. Many answers exist. We know that copper, bronze, stone, sand, wood, rope, water, ramps, levers, sledges, pounding stones, chisels, and enormous human coordination were enough to create astonishing things. But what still challenges modern explanation is the gap between knowing the basic methods and fully understanding the lived process. It is one thing to say a block was dragged. It is another to imagine the ground being prepared, the ropes being twisted, the workers moving in rhythm, the supervisors measuring tiny shifts, the stone resisting every mistake, and the entire operation continuing without engines, cranes, or digital plans. Ancient stonework humbles us because it forces us to separate the word possible from the word easy. Look at the tight polygonal walls of the Inca world, where irregular stones lock together so carefully that their joints seem almost drawn rather than built. These stones are not identical bricks, they are complex shapes, each one adjusted to its neighbors, each surface meeting another with a patience that feels almost impossible until you remember what long practice can do. The builders did not need modern machinery to make the work extraordinary. They needed time, skill, local knowledge of stone behavior, and a culture that valued permanence. In places like Sacsayhuaman, the walls do not impress only because the stones are large. They impress because the stones feel negotiated into place, as if each block was part of a conversation between gravity, geology, and human intention. And that is what modern eyes often miss. We live in a world that solves problems by speed. Ancient builders often solved them by attention. A modern machine can cut a clean line quickly, but ancient craft could spend days, weeks, or longer correcting a surface until the fit became almost silent. Then there are the enormous stones of sites such as Baalbek, where some blocks reached weights that still make engineers ask practical questions. Not whether humans could move them, but exactly how they planned the route. Reduced friction, coordinated labor, and handled failure. The honest mystery is not how could humans ever do this, but which exact combination of methods did they use, and how many attempts, adjustments, and forgotten techniques disappeared from the record. That difference matters, because exaggerating the mystery steals credit from the people who earned it, while ignoring the mystery makes us blind to the scale of their achievement. Ancient stonework also challenges us, because stone remembers results, but rarely remembers instructions. A wall can survive after the language of its builders has gone quiet. A quarry mark can remain after the work song has vanished. A temple platform can keep its shape after the system of training, apprenticeship, ritual, measurement, and leadership that created it has dissolved into dust. What we see is the final sentence, not the full book. And because the book is missing, the imagination rushes in. This is why these stones become magnets for wild claims. People look at precision and assume impossibility. They look at weight and assume lost super technology. But the more interesting truth is that human societies can concentrate effort in ways modern life has almost forgotten. When a civilization decides that a wall, temple, tomb, road, or sacred platform must outlast generations, it can organize people around that goal with a seriousness we rarely experience now. The stone becomes more than material. It becomes memory made heavy. It becomes authority, worship, defense, identity, and time itself pressed into shape. And this is why the best ancient stonework still feels alive, because it was never only construction. It was a message. It told future eyes, we were here. We knew the earth. We could command weight. We could make patience visible. But there is also a deeper lesson hidden in these blocks. They remind you that progress is not a straight staircase, where every later age is automatically wiser than every earlier one. We have machines they did not have, but they had habits of touch, endurance, and collective craft that many modern people no longer understand. We can scan a wall with lasers, model a quarry on a computer, and calculate forces in seconds, yet still not fully recover the human rhythm that made the work possible. That does not mean the past was more advanced than the present in some magical way. It means skill is fragile. Knowledge can live in hands, not only in books. A technique can disappear when the last master dies, when a city falls, when a language changes, when a religion fades, when a trade no longer has a reason to continue. And once that chain breaks, the stones remain like sealed witnesses. They do not explain themselves. They simply stand there, asking us to look more carefully. So when ancient stonework challenges modern explanation, it is not challenging science by defeating it. It is challenging arrogance. It is asking us not to mistake missing details for miracles, and not to mistake ancient tools for simple minds. The real wonder is not that impossible beings built these places. The real wonder is that humans did, with bodies like ours, fears like ours, limited lives like ours, and a desire to leave something behind that weather could not easily erase. And maybe that is why these stones still hold us. They are not only heavy because of their mass, they are heavy because they carry the pressure of vanished lives. Every fitted edge, every lifted block, every polished surface whispers that the past was not primitive darkness waiting for modern intelligence to arrive. It was full of problem solvers, planners, artists, workers, believers, and observers of the physical world. They did not know everything, neither do we, but they knew enough to make stones speak across time. And when you stand before their work, the question is not simply, how did they do it? The quieter question is, what have we forgotten how to respect? The lost skills we still don't fully understand. A civilization can lose a skill without losing its ruins, and that is why the past sometimes feels less like a finished chapter and more like a workshop whose masters walked away before explaining their hands. When we speak about lost skills, we are not saying ancient people possess supernatural powers or impossible machines hidden from modern science. The truth is quieter, but in many ways more haunting. A skill can vanish simply because the world that needed it vanished. A recipe can disappear when the trade routes that supplied its ingredients collapse. A technique can die when apprentices are no longer trained. A material can become mysterious when the forests, ores, clays, shells, plants, fuels, or social systems that supported it are gone. Human knowledge is not stored only in libraries. Sometimes it lives in the pressure of a thumb, the timing of a furnace, the color of heated metal, the smell of a dye bath, the sound a tool makes when it hits the right surface. And when those small details are not written down, when they pass from person to person through practice instead of text, they can be broken by war, migration, disease, conquest, economic change, or simple neglect. That is why some ancient skills still trouble us today. Not because they were impossible, but because they were intimate. They belong to bodies, communities, and environments that no longer exist in the same form. Think of Roman concrete, not as a magical substance, but as a practical material shaped by deep observation. Some Roman harbour structures survived for centuries in seawater because builders used volcanic ash, lime, and specific reactions that allowed the material to strengthen in wet conditions. Modern researchers have studied these mixtures and learned that the durability came from chemistry the Romans may not have described in modern terms, but clearly understood through experience. They did not need our vocabulary to notice what worked, or consider ancient dyes such as Tyrian purple, made from sea snails in a labor-intensive process so demanding that the color became a symbol of status and power. The mystery is not that we cannot identify the source. We can. The mystery is the entire human chain behind it. The harvesting, the timing, the fermentation, the smell, the patience. The thousands of tiny decisions required to turn living sea creatures into a color that could mark kings. Now look at metals. Many people hear the phrase Damascus steel and imagine a lost super metal from legend. But the real story is more careful and more interesting. Historic blades known for flowing surface patterns and strong performance were connected to particular types of high-carbon crucible steel, often linked to production traditions in South Asia and the wider trade networks that carried ingots and techniques across regions. Over time, as ore sources changed, trade routes shifted and craft lineages broke. The exact combinations of material and method became harder to reproduce. The secret was not one hidden formula. It was a whole ecosystem of ore, furnace control, carbon, forging temperature, cooling, and trained judgment. This is what we often misunderstand about ancient technology. We look for one secret when the truth may be a living system. The same is true of Greek fire, the famous incendiary weapon used by the Byzantines. We know enough to understand it was likely a petroleum-based or chemical mixture used in warfare, but the precise recipe and delivery method remain debated because the people who controlled it protected it, and secrecy itself became part of the technology. A weapon can disappear not only because people forget it, but because they intentionally prevent too many people from knowing it in the first place. And then, when the political world that guards the secret changes, the knowledge does not spread. It evaporates. This should make you think differently about progress. We often imagine history as a ladder, with each century stepping neatly above the last. But real knowledge behaves more like fire. It can spread, split, dim, flare up again, or go out in one place while burning brightly somewhere else. Ancient glassmakers, potters, textile workers, shipbuilders, doctors, navigators, farmers, and metalworkers all carried forms of expertise that were practical, local, and deeply tested. Some of it survives. Some of it was improved. Some of it was misunderstood. Some of it was lost because no one thought to preserve it until it was already gone. And this is where the past becomes uncomfortable, because it reminds you that modern society is not immune. We store more information than any civilization before us, yet many of our skills are still dependent on fragile systems. A factory can know what no individual knows. A supply chain can hold knowledge no single worker can fully explain. A machine can perform a task so efficiently that the old human technique disappears from common memory. We may have more data, but that does not mean we have more embodied understanding. Ancient lost skills teach us that knowledge has weight only when it can be practiced, transmitted, and renewed. A written instruction can describe how to make something, but it cannot always teach the hand how it should feel when the material is ready. It cannot fully capture the patience of watching a kiln, the judgment of reading smoke, the instinct of hearing a blade ring true, the quiet correction an elder gives to an apprentice after years of failure. That kind of knowledge is slow. It is not glamorous. It does not announce itself like a discovery. It gathers in repetition until it becomes almost invisible. And maybe that is why we underestimate it. We are impressed by monuments, but we forget the vanished workshops behind them. We admire finished objects, but overlook the generations of trial and error hidden inside them. The lost skills we still do not fully understand are not invitations to abandon reason. They are invitations to become more respectful reasoners. They ask us to admit that human intelligence has worn many forms, not just the modern one. They ask us to see ancient people not as primitive versions of ourselves, but as experts in worlds we no longer know how to inhabit. And in the end, the most important thing these lost skills teach is not that the past was magical. It is that knowledge is mortal. It can die if it is not carried. It can fade if it is not used. It can become a mystery not because the people who held it were beyond us, but because they were human like us, and humans forget. So when you hear about a material we struggle to recreate, a dye whose process was once guarded, a blade whose beauty depended on vanished supply chains, or a building technique that belonged to hands trained from childhood, the real question is not only how did they do it, it is also, what do we know today that the future may one day look back on as lost? Ancient structures aligned with the sky, too precisely to ignore. Long before the sky became a subject for textbooks, it was already being read in stone. Imagine standing in a cold field before sunrise, surrounded by a structure built so long ago that the names of its builders are gone, their language is gone, their daily fears and private jokes are gone. And yet, at one exact turning point of the year, the sun rises where the stones seem to be waiting for it. That is the kind of moment that makes ancient architecture feel less like dead material and more like memory with a horizon. Not because the builders had secret alien knowledge, and not because every old monument hides a perfect astronomical code, but because some ancient structures were clearly designed with the sky in mind, carefully enough that coincidence becomes harder to accept than intention. Stonehenge is the most famous example, and for good reason. Its great stones are arranged so that the solstice sun becomes part of the monument's experience. The summer sunrise appears in relation to the heel stone, while the winter solstice direction also mattered deeply, perhaps even more to the people who gathered there in the dark half of the year. But the important lesson is not simply that ancient people knew astronomy, it is that they watched. They returned to the same places year after year, noticing where the sun rose, where it set, how far it wandered along the horizon, and when its motion seemed to pause before turning back. The solstice is not just a date on a calendar. To a farming, herding, ritual, or seasonal community, it is a promise written in light. The longest darkness has a limit. The sun will return. Time has rhythm. The world is not random. Now travel in your mind to Newgrange in Ireland, older than Stonehenge's main stone circle, and older than the Egyptian pyramids. From the outside, it seems like a great mound resting quietly in the land. But at winter solstice sunrise, sunlight enters through a specially built opening above the entrance, often called a roof box, and travels into the passage to illuminate the inner chamber for a brief span of time. This is not a vague alignment where almost anything could count. It is architecture behaving like a timed instrument. For most of the year, the chamber stays in darkness. Then, when the sun reaches that deep seasonal turning point, light enters the heart of the monument. You do not need to invent impossible technology to feel the force of that. In fact, the real human achievement becomes stronger when you remove the fantasy. Someone had to observe the sun's movement over many cycles. Someone had to translate that observation into a passage angle, an opening, a chamber, a built experience. Someone had to care enough about a few minutes of light to shape tons of earth and stone around it. And this is where archaeoastronomy becomes more than a study of alignments. It becomes a study of attention. It asks how human beings turn the sky into ritual, and ritual into architecture. Across the world, other examples deepen the pattern without making it simplistic. At Chaco Canyon in the American Southwest, ancestral Puebloan builders created a landscape where architecture, roads, sightlines, and light effects appear connected to solar and lunar cycles. The famous sun dagger at Fajada Butte once used shifting sunlight and shadow across spiral carvings to mark seasonal moments, though the delicate slabs later shifted, showing us something important. Even ancient precision can be fragile. It can depend on geology, placement, and time in ways that a single disturbance can change. In Egypt, Abu Simbel offers another kind of drama. Twice a year, sunlight reaches into the Great Temple and illuminates inner statues associated with Ramesses II and solar divinity, turning sunrise into royal theatre. Here, alignment was not just practical timekeeping, it was power. It connected the ruler, the gods, the temple, and the cosmic order in one controlled beam of light. That is what many modern viewers miss when they ask only, how accurate was it? Accuracy mattered, but meaning mattered too. These structures were not observatories in the modern sense, separated from religion, politics, burial, agriculture, and identity. Ancient people did not always divide the world the way we do. The sky was not just science above them. It was season, survival, ancestry, authority, and mystery at once. A sunrise could tell you when to plant, when to gather, when to honor the dead, when to begin a ceremony, when to remember that human life is small but not disconnected. Still, we have to be careful. Not every wall points to a star on purpose. Not every doorway aimed at a sunrise carries hidden meaning. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures, and when enough buildings exist, some will align with something by chance. Responsible archaeology does not turn every coincidence into a prophecy. It asks harder questions. Does the alignment repeat in a meaningful way? Does it fit the site's layout? Does it connect with known ritual use, local horizon features, burial patterns, inscriptions, or cultural traditions? Could people of that time have observed the event with available tools? Is there more than one piece of evidence? This caution does not weaken the wonder, it protects it, because the truly convincing cases become even more powerful when they survive skepticism. They show us that ancient sky knowledge was often patient, embodied, and communal. You do not need a telescope to track the sun's yearly journey. You need a fixed place to stand, a horizon to watch, memory across generations, and the discipline to notice small changes that modern people rarely see. Because electric light has softened the night, and calendars have hidden the sky's labor from us. Today your phone tells you the date before you feel the season. A screen tells you sunrise before you look east. But for much of human history, the sky was the clock, the map, the warning system, and the sacred ceiling of existence. To align a structure with the sky was to say that human life belonged inside a larger order. It was to build a doorway between the temporary and the recurring, between one generation and the endless return of light. And maybe this is why these alignments still move us. They do not simply prove that ancient people were clever, though they were. They reveal a different relationship with time, a slower one, a more watchful one, a way of living in which the turning of the year was not background information, but an event worthy of stone. So when the sun enters Newgrange, when crowds still gather at Stonehenge, when light and shadow touch old carvings in Chaco, when Abu Simbel briefly turns sunrise into ceremony, the real question is not whether the past knew secrets we have completely lost. The deeper question is whether we have lost the patience to notice the obvious miracles still happening above us. The ancient builders looked at the sky until it became architecture. We look at architecture until it reminds us to look back at the sky, the Antikythera Mechanism and mechanical astronomy. A lump of corroded bronze, pulled from the sea, should not have been able to rewrite the history of technology. At first, the Antikythera Mechanism did not look like a machine that could humble the modern world. It looked like wreckage, a broken green-brown mass recovered from an ancient shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera, damaged by saltwater, crushed by time, and so strange that for years its true nature was almost hidden inside its decay. But as researchers slowly studied it, and later used advanced imaging to see what the eye could not, something astonishing emerged from the corrosion. Tiny bronze gears, engraved scales, fragments of instructions, and a design so sophisticated that it seemed to compress the sky into a box. This was not a temple, not a monument, not a myth carved in stone. It was a portable universe, a hand-powered astronomical calculator built by ancient Greek craftsmen and thinkers more than 2,000 years ago, designed to model cycles of the sun, the moon, calendars, eclipses, and possibly even the visible planets known in antiquity. And the most haunting part is not that it existed, it is that almost nothing else like it survived. The Antikythera Mechanism feels like a single page torn from a lost library of machines. A page detailed enough to prove the book was real, but incomplete enough to make you wonder how many chapters disappeared. To understand why it matters, you have to forget the idea that ancient astronomy was only people staring upward and telling stories. The sky was not just beautiful to them. It was patterned, it was useful. It told farmers about seasons, sailors about direction, priests about ceremony, and scholars about order. But the Antikythera Mechanism went further than observation. It turned repeated celestial patterns into moving metal. When someone turned its handle, gears inside the device translated that motion into predictions, showing how human intelligence could take the slow rhythms of the heavens and make them visible on dials small enough to sit before a person's hands. Think about that carefully. The moon does not move through the sky in a perfectly simple way. Eclipses do not happen every month. Calendars do not fit neatly into the solar year without adjustment. The heavens look smooth from a distance, but when you try to predict them, they become full of subtle complications. The creators of this machine were not simply making decoration. They were solving a problem of time. They were asking, can the sky be remembered mechanically? Can future events be prepared before they arrive? Can bronze imitate the patience of the cosmos? The back of the mechanism appears to have included spiral dials connected with calendar cycles and eclipse prediction, including the Saros cycle, an ancient pattern known from Babylonian astronomy in which eclipses repeat after a long sequence of lunar months. This does not mean the machine predicted every eclipse perfectly as a modern computer might. It means it used known cycles to forecast eclipse possibilities and related details, which is already extraordinary for its era. It could indicate whether a solar or lunar eclipse might occur, and inscriptions connected with the device included information about timing and characteristics. Here, the wonder is not fantasy. It is craftsmanship joined to inherited knowledge, Greek mechanical skill, Babylonian astronomical cycles, and a deep culture of mathematical thinking seem to have met inside one object. That meeting tells us something important. Ancient science was not isolated inside one mind or one city. It traveled, ideas crossed seas, numbers became tables, tables became theories, theories became gears, and gears became a way to make time turn under your fingers. The device also challenges the way we imagine ancient technology because it is not large, dramatic, or obvious. Many ancient achievements announce themselves by size. The Antikythera Mechanism whispers through precision. Its power is hidden in small parts, in teeth cut into bronze, in pointers that would have moved across engraved scales, in inscriptions so tiny and damaged that modern researchers needed special imaging to read them. It reminds you that complexity does not always stand on a hill for everyone to see. Sometimes it sleeps inside a cabinet. Sometimes it travels on a ship. Sometimes it sinks, breaks, and waits 2,000 years for someone to realize that the future once existed in the past. But we must be careful with the mystery. The Antikythera Mechanism is not proof of modern electronics in antiquity. It was not digital. It was not magic. It was not evidence that history is secretly built on impossible technology. Its greatness is more human than that. It shows what can happen when observation, mathematics, metalworking, and patient design come together in a world that we too often underestimate. Some reconstructions of the front display remain debated, especially the exact way it may have represented the planets. This uncertainty is part of the honesty of the story. We do not need to pretend we know every lost gear to understand the scale of the achievement. In fact, the missing pieces make it more moving. They show us knowledge at the edge of survival. Enough remains to prove brilliance. Enough is gone to leave silence. Imagine holding a device that could tell you not only where you were in a calendar, but when the moon might darken, when the sun might be threatened, when cycles larger than a human lifetime were quietly returning. For ancient users, this was not just information. It may have touched ritual, status, education, philosophy, and the desire to see order in a frightening world. An eclipse could terrify people. A machine that placed eclipses inside a predictable pattern did something profound. It softened fear by turning surprise into structure. It did not remove mystery from the sky. It made mystery legible, and perhaps that is why the Antikythera Mechanism still feels so powerful. It is not only an object from the past. It is a question aimed at our assumptions. How much ancient knowledge vanished because it was written on fragile materials, stored in workshops, taught by apprenticeship, or lost in shipwrecks, fires, wars, and neglect? How many devices existed that we will never find? Was this mechanism a rare masterpiece, or the surviving member of a wider tradition of mechanical astronomy? We cannot answer fully, but the object itself proves that at least once, someone looked at the heavens and refused to leave them only in the sky. They brought them down into bronze. They made cycles into motion. They gave the cosmos handles and dials. And when you think of that corroded mechanism resting today as fragments, you begin to feel the strange tenderness of history. So much can be lost, yet one damaged thing can still speak. It tells us that the ancient world was not merely simpler than ours. It was different, intelligent in its own ways, capable of turning wonder into mechanism without losing the wonder. The Antikythera Mechanism does not make the sky less mysterious. It makes human beings more mysterious, because somewhere, more than 2,000 years ago, a person turned a handle, watched the heavens move in miniature, and felt what we still feel now, that time is vast, the universe is patterned, and the human mind, fragile as it is, can sometimes build a small door into infinity. The forgotten maps that seem to know too much. Some maps look less like drawings of the world and more like messages that arrived before their time. You unfold the story of an old map, and at first it seems simple. Ink on parchment, coastlines, islands, names, sea monsters, compass lines, fragments of a world still being guessed into shape. But then you notice something strange. A coastline appears with surprising confidence. A landmass is placed where Europeans were only beginning to understand what they had found. A sea route is suggested before the full geography was officially known, and for a moment, the mind wants to leap toward mystery too quickly. It wants to say, how could they know that? But the real answer is more fascinating than the wildest exaggeration, because forgotten maps do not usually know too much because their makers had impossible knowledge. They seem to know too much because maps are not only pictures. They are accumulations. They are gossip turned into geometry, sailor memory turned into ink, fragments of lost charts copied into new ones, political ambition disguised as geography, and uncertainty drawn with a steady hand. A map can carry information from people whose names never appear on it. Fishermen, pilots, merchants, prisoners, translators, coast watchers, travelers, and navigators who survived storms long enough to describe what they saw. That is why an old map can feel prophetic. It may not be predicting the future. It may be preserving pieces of a past information network we can no longer fully see. Take the famous Piri Reis map of 1513, one of the most discussed maps in history. It has often been wrapped in sensational claims, especially the idea that it shows Antarctica before its discovery. But that interpretation is not accepted by mainstream scholarship. the more grounded truth is already remarkable. Piri Reis, an Ottoman admiral and cartographer, openly wrote that he compiled his map from earlier sources, including Portuguese charts, Arabic materials, and information connected with Columbus's voyages. In other words, the map is not mysterious because it fell from nowhere. It is mysterious because it reveals how fast geographic knowledge could move across empires, ports, languages, and rival powers. It shows the Atlantic world at a moment when discovery, rumor, theft, and copying were all part of map-making. A coastline on such a map is not just a line. It is evidence of ships returning, sailors talking, officials guarding secrets, and cartographers trying to merge inconsistent reports into one usable image. Now look at the Waldseemüller map of 1507, the first known map to use the name America. What makes it so arresting is not just the name, but the way it presents the New World as a separate landmass at a time when European understanding was still changing rapidly. It appears to recognize that the lands across the Atlantic were not simply Eastern Asia, but something else. Was this perfect knowledge? No. Was it a lucky guess? Not exactly. It was a daring synthesis of voyage reports, especially those associated with Amerigo Vespucci, combined with inherited geography and scholarly imagination. This is one of the most important things to understand about old maps. They did not simply record what was known. They also argued for what might be true. A map could be evidence, theory, propaganda, and hope all at once. It could show the world not only as it was measured, but as powerful people wanted it to be understood. And then there are Portolan charts, those extraordinary medieval nautical charts of the Mediterranean and nearby seas, filled with networks of radiating lines used for navigation. They can feel almost too accurate for their age until you realize what they represent. Not a single genius seeing the world from above, but generations of practical seafaring knowledge refined by repetition. Sailors did not need satellites to build useful coastlines. They needed routes, bearings, distances, landmarks, wind habits, harbors, dangers, and memory passed from voyage to voyage. The result was not modern map projection in the way we think of it today, but something intensely practical. A working picture of a sea people actually crossed. These charts remind you that accuracy can grow from use. A coastline becomes sharper when lives depend on it. A dangerous cape becomes better placed when enough ships have feared it. A harbor becomes more certain when trade returns there again and again. The map improves because the world punishes mistakes. But forgotten maps also teach another lesson. Errors are as important as accuracies. To modern eyes, a wrong island or distorted continent may look like failure, but to historians, mistakes are fingerprints. If two maps share the same strange error, they may share a source. If a coastline bends the same wrong way across different copies, it may reveal a chain of transmission. If a faded inscription reappears in another map, it may show that one cartographer borrowed from another, or that both drew from a lost original. This is why modern imaging of old maps matters so much. When scholars use special light to recover faded writing on a damaged map, they are not just making old ink readable. They are reopening a conversation between lost books, vanished travelers, and the mapmakers who tried to make sense of them. The forgotten map becomes a palimpsest of human uncertainty. It shows what people knew, what they guessed, what they misunderstood, and what they desperately wanted to believe. And maybe that is why these maps still feel alive. They show humanity at the edge of its own horizon, not sitting comfortably with complete knowledge, but reaching outward with partial reports, broken measurements, rumors from ports, copied coastlines, and the courage to draw beyond certainty. In our age, a map appears instantly on a screen, smooth and obedient, as if the world has finally been solved. But old maps remind you that knowing the world was once a fragile act. Every line had a cost. Every coast had to be heard about, sailed near, traded along, conquered, feared, or imagined. A map was not just a tool for travel. It was a claim about reality. It said, "This is what we think the world is for now." And that small phrase, "for now," is the secret behind the mystery. Forgotten maps seem to know too much because they stand at crossroads where observation, rumor, ambition, memory, and lost sources meet. They are not windows into impossible ancient secrets. They are evidence that information can travel farther than the people who carried it, survive in fragments after its origins vanish, and make the past look strangely ahead of itself. So when you see an old map that seems too clever, too early, too confident, do not rush to strip it of wonder by calling it only a mistake, and do not cheapen it by calling it magic. Let it be what it is, a human attempt to hold an unfinished planet in the mind, a reminder that every age draws the world with incomplete hands. And perhaps the most unsettling truth is that we still do. Our maps are cleaner now, but our understanding is not complete. There are always blank spaces somewhere, not only on Earth, but in history, memory, and ourselves. The old cartographers drew monsters at the edges of the known world. We draw certainty, and one day, the future may look back at our maps and ask the same quiet question we ask of theirs. How did they know so much? And how did they miss so much at the same time? The mystery of civilizations that rose too quickly. The strangest thing about civilizations that seem to rise too quickly is that the suddenness is often an illusion created by missing footsteps. When you first hear that cities, temples, writing, rulers, trade, irrigation, craft specialists, and organized religion appeared in certain places within a surprisingly short span of history, it can feel as if humanity woke up one morning and became complex all at once. A village becomes a city, a shrine becomes an institution, a local exchange becomes a trade network, a seasonal gathering becomes a permanent center of power, and from a distance, it looks almost impossible, as if someone pressed fast forward on human development. But the deeper you look, the more careful the mystery becomes. Civilizations do not truly appear from nowhere. They rise from layers of smaller experiments that often leave fewer traces. Temporary camps, farming hamlets, storage pits, seasonal rituals, early leadership roles, forgotten paths between communities, family alliances, shared feasts, disputes over water, and generations of people slowly learning how to live closer together. What feels sudden to us may have been slow to them, because archaeology does not preserve every ordinary day. It preserves what survives: fired clay, stone foundations, graves, tools, seeds, walls, burned layers, broken pottery, and the occasional mark that tells us someone was counting, owning, promising, or remembering. Between those fragments, there are centuries of human decision-making that we can only partially reconstruct. This is why places like southern Mesopotamia can feel so dramatic. By the time cities such as Uruk become visible as major urban centers, with administration, craft production, temples, long-distance exchange, and early writing, the story already has a deep background in farming villages, canal management, marshland resources, river movement, and social cooperation. The city did not invent complexity in a single moment. It concentrated it. It pulled scattered skills into one dense place and made them depend on each other. Farmers produced surplus food. Officials or temple institutions tracked goods. Craftspeople worked in more specialized ways. Traders brought materials from far away. Labor was organized for construction and maintenance. And once these pieces began feeding one another, change could accelerate. That is one key to the mystery. Civilization can rise quickly when enough slow ingredients finally connect. The same kind of lesson appears in the Nile Valley, though in a different form. Ancient Egypt did not simply become a kingdom because someone dreamed of pyramids. Before the famous dynasties, there were local communities, regional chiefs, burial customs, craft traditions, river-based movement, farming cycles, and symbolic systems that gradually grew more connected. The Nile created a long, narrow world where people could move, communicate, trade, and imagine unity along a natural corridor. When political consolidation finally happened, it may look rapid in the historical record, but it rested on older patterns of agriculture, ritual authority, and regional competition. And this is important because too quickly often means quickly after the conditions were ready. For thousands of years, human groups could remain relatively small because their environment, technology, food production, or social structure did not push them toward large centralized systems. But when climate, crops, rivers, population pressure, trade and belief systems aligned, growth could become self-reinforcing. More food allowed more people required more organization. More organization created leaders, record keeping, conflict management, construction, and new social roles. Then those roles made the system more complex still. It is like watching a small flame become a wildfire after the ground has quietly dried for years. The fire looks sudden. The preparation was not. In the Indus Valley, large planned cities such as Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa show another version of rapid complexity, one that does not fit the same image of kings shouting from palace walls. Their urban planning, drainage systems, standardized weights, craft production, and wide trade connections suggest a civilization deeply organized, but still not fully understood because its script remains undeciphered. This makes the Indus world especially humbling. It reminds you that a civilization can be highly coordinated without leaving us the kind of royal propaganda that makes power easy to identify. We can walk through their streets in the archaeological record and see planning, water management, and shared standards, yet still struggle to hear their political voice. They rose into complexity, but not in the exact pattern people expect. And then there is Caral Soup in Peru, one of the oldest known centers of civilization in the Americas, developing without pottery in its earliest phases, and without the same obvious signs of warfare that people often assume must drive social complexity. There, monumental platforms, sunken circular plazas, cotton production, fishing networks, and inland coastal exchange suggest that civilization could grow through cooperation between different ecological zones, valleys, fields, rivers, and the sea. This matters because it breaks the idea that there is only one path to civilization. Some societies rose around grain fields and rivers, some around trade and ritual centers, some around administrative control, some around webs of exchange between farmers and fishers. The mystery is not that one hidden formula created civilization everywhere. The mystery is that human beings in different landscapes found different ways to make complexity work. But every rise carried a cost. Once people gathered in larger settlements, life could become more productive, but also more unequal. Surplus could feed specialists, but it could also be controlled. Walls and storage could protect a community, but they could also create hierarchy. A calendar could guide planting, but it could also give authority to those who claimed to interpret time. Civilization was not simply an upgrade, it was a bargain. People gained security, coordination, memory, architecture, trade, and shared identity, but they also stepped into systems larger than the individual. They became part of institutions that could outlive them, command them, tax them, protect them, or use them. That is why the rise of civilization should not be told only as triumph. It should be told as transformation. Something intimate changed when humans began living inside organized complexity. The village world, where everyone might know the same faces, slowly gave way to cities where strangers depended on strangers. Trust had to be replaced or supported by rules, symbols, seals, measures, records, and authority. Memory had to move from the human voice into marks, objects, buildings, and procedures. In that sense, civilization rose when human relationships became too large for memory alone. And perhaps that is the most powerful way to understand the mystery. Civilizations seem to rise too quickly, because we often notice them only when they have become visible enough to leave monumental traces. But before the monument, there was the habit. Before the city, there was the meeting place. Before writing, there was counting. Before kings, there were obligations. Before the sudden rise, there were long, invisible rehearsals. And still, even when we explain the process, something remains unsettling. Why did complexity ignite in some places and not others? Why did certain communities cross the threshold into cities while others chose or maintained different ways of life? Why did some experiments endure while others collapsed before leaving a name? The honest answer is not one cause. It is a convergence of environment, food, population, belief, trade, risk, leadership, and chance. The past did not move like a machine. It moved like weather, shaped by many forces at once. So when a civilization appears to rise too quickly, do not imagine a miracle dropped into history. Imagine 1,000 small changes becoming visible at once. Imagine generations of unnamed people storing grain, digging channels, exchanging goods, settling disputes, watching seasons, teaching children, building shrines, carrying baskets, shaping clay, burying their dead, and slowly creating a world too complex to remain a village. Then, one day, the ground holds a city, and we, arriving late, call it sudden. Why? Some knowledge vanished instead of progressing. Knowledge does not always move forward like a torch being passed safely from one hand to the next. Sometimes it falls, flickers, and goes dark in the wind. This is one of the most unsettling truths about the ancient world. Because we often imagine history as a steady climb, with each generation standing higher than the last, keeping everything useful and adding something new. But real history is not that clean. Knowledge can vanish not because people become foolish, and not because the truth stops mattering, but because the conditions that protected it disappear. A palace burns, a trade route breaks, a class of scribes loses its purpose, a language stops being taught, a school closes, a tool becomes unnecessary, a religious system changes, a political center collapses. Suddenly, what once seemed permanent becomes fragile, and what once lived in hundreds of trained minds survives only as marks on clay, scratches on stone, or not at all. This is why some knowledge vanished instead of progressing. It was never floating freely in the air. It was attached to institutions, jobs, materials, rituals, and daily needs. When those structures failed, the knowledge did not automatically continue. It had nowhere to live. Think about Linear B, the writing system used by Mycenaean Greeks in the late Bronze Age. It was not a script for novels, personal letters, or philosophy, as far as surviving evidence shows. It was mainly administrative, used in palace centers to record things like grain, livestock, workers, offerings, and stored goods. In other words, it served a system. When that palace system collapsed, the script lost the world that needed it. The scribes were not replaced. The records stopped. For centuries afterward, Greece appears to have gone without writing until a different writing system, the Greek alphabet, emerged later under new conditions. That is a powerful lesson. Writing itself can disappear from a region when the society that maintains it no longer functions. A script is not just symbols. It is training. It is bureaucracy. It is memory made official. Remove the structure and the marks become silent. Now consider the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the great urban societies of the ancient world, with planned cities, standardized weights, trade connections, and thousands of inscribed seals and objects. The signs are still not securely deciphered. It is not because no one has tried. It is because most inscriptions are very short. The underlying language is uncertain, and no bilingual inscription like the Rosetta Stone has been found to anchor the meaning. This creates a different kind of vanished knowledge. The signs remain, but the voice behind them is locked. You can see the surface of communication without hearing the message. You can hold the doorway, but not the key. And this should make you pause, because it shows that knowledge can survive physically and still be lost intellectually. A symbol can remain visible while its meaning dies. The same thing happened in countless smaller ways across history. Agricultural knowledge could disappear when people were moved from their land. Medical knowledge could fade when healers were persecuted, absorbed, or ignored. Navigation knowledge could weaken when certain voyages stopped being made. Technical knowledge could decline when demand vanished. Even copying books was once a fragile chain. Before printing, a text survived only if someone considered it worth copying, had access to it, understood the language, possessed writing materials, and lived in a society stable enough to preserve manuscripts. A work could disappear not because it was disproven, but because one monastery, archive, household, or school failed to copy it before the last version decayed. That is not dramatic. That is worse. It means oblivion can be ordinary. Not every loss arrives with fire and screams. Sometimes it arrives as neglect, as dampness, as insects, as a shortage of trained readers. as a generation deciding that an old text is no longer useful. And here is where the past becomes deeply human. People do not preserve everything. They preserve what their world tells them is valuable. If a society values ritual, it preserves ritual knowledge. If it values taxation, it preserves accounts. If it values law, it preserves contracts. If it values poetry, it copies poems. But every act of preservation is also an act of selection. Something else is left behind. Something else is allowed to fade. This means the ancient record is not simply what happened. It is what survived the choices, accidents, disasters, and priorities of many people over many centuries. And that should make us humble. When we ask why some knowledge did not progress, we must remember that progress requires continuity. It requires teachers and students. It requires peace often enough for learning to continue. It requires materials that do not rot too quickly. It requires institutions that outlive individual lives. It requires a reason for the next generation to care. Without those things, even brilliant knowledge can become a footprint at the edge of the tide. For a while you can see where someone stood. Then the water comes in. Yet this does not mean vanished knowledge was always superior, or that every lost tradition contains secrets we desperately need. Some knowledge disappeared because it was replaced by something better. Some was local, limited, or tied to beliefs we would not accept today. Some vanished because society changed in ways that made it unnecessary. The real mystery is not that all lost knowledge was greater than ours. The real mystery is that we cannot always tell which losses mattered most, because losing knowledge also means losing the ability to judge what was lost. You cannot measure a missing library by counting the shelves that remain empty. You cannot fully evaluate a dead language from a handful of signs. You cannot know how many techniques, songs, observations, cures, warnings, and ideas disappeared before anyone thought they were worth recording. This is why the past feels both rich and wounded. It gives us enough to learn from, but not enough to feel complete. And maybe the most important lesson is that our own knowledge is not as safe as we imagine. We live surrounded by storage, databases, images, archives, and endless copies, but knowledge is still vulnerable when people stop understanding it. A file can remain unread. A skill can remain documented but unpracticed. A system can become so complex that no single person knows how all of it works. The ancient world warns us that preservation is not the same as possession. To keep knowledge alive, someone must know how to use it, question it, teach it, repair it, and care about it. Otherwise, it becomes a museum object, present but no longer breathing. So when you think about vanished knowledge, do not picture only burned scrolls or ruined cities. Picture a teacher with no student, a script with no reader, a method with no workshop, a memory with no voice left to carry it. That is how knowledge dies most often. Not in one spectacular ending, but in the quiet breaking of a chain. And perhaps the question the ancient world leaves for us is not only, what did they lose, but what are we failing to carry forward right now, simply because we assume someone else will? The ancient obsession with stars, cycles, and catastrophes. A sky that looks peaceful to you at night once felt to ancient people like a living warning system. Every wandering light, every sudden eclipse, every unusual star, every season that arrived too early or too late could seem like a message from a universe that was not silent, but speaking in patterns. This ancient obsession with stars, cycles, and catastrophes was not simple superstition, and it was not modern science either. It lived in the space between fear and observation, where people watched the heavens because their lives depended on timing and because disasters often arrived without mercy. If rains failed, crops failed. If rivers rose too high, fields vanished. If a plague came, a king died, a war began, or the sun darkened in the middle of the day, people needed a way to make terror feel readable. The sky became the largest page they could see, and they returned to it again and again, not because they understood everything, but because repetition gave them something stronger than panic, a pattern. In ancient Mesopotamia, scholars recorded celestial and atmospheric omens with extraordinary seriousness. A lunar eclipse was not just a shadow crossing the moon. It could be interpreted as a sign concerning the king, the state, enemies, harvests, or coming danger. To a modern mind, this may sound irrational, but look more carefully. These observers were building one of humanity's earliest archives of sky behavior. They connected events, compared cycles, preserved records, and created traditions of watching that eventually helped astronomy develop beyond omen reading. Their interpretations could be religious and political, but their attention was real. They noticed that the heavens were not random noise. The moon returned. Planets wandered with habits. Venus appeared and disappeared in recognizable rhythms. Eclipses followed cycles too long for one casual observer to understand, but not too long for a literate tradition to preserve across generations. This is where the ancient mind becomes more complex than the stereotype. The same culture could fear an eclipse as a royal omen, and also track the sky carefully enough to improve prediction. Fear did not prevent observation. Sometimes fear sharpened it. The Maya also treated celestial cycles with intense seriousness, especially Venus and eclipses, but their approach belonged to their own world of calendars, ritual time, and political meaning. The Dresden Codex preserves tables connected to Venus and eclipse prediction, showing that Maya specialists watched the sky not as decoration, but as structured time. Venus was not merely a bright point in the dawn or evening. Its appearances could be folded into ritual schedules and royal symbolism, helping people decide when certain acts were dangerous, powerful, or meaningful. This was not astronomy separated from life. It was astronomy woven into life so tightly that sky cycles could guide ceremony, authority, and the emotional rhythm of a community. The important truth is that ancient people often did not divide natural event and human meaning the way we do. To them, a cycle in the sky was not only physical, it was social. It told people when to gather, when to fear, when to act, when to wait, when to remember that the world moved by rhythms larger than any single life. And then there were catastrophes that did not fit ordinary cycles. Comets, meteor showers, strange lights, sudden new stars. Chinese astronomers, for example, kept careful records of unusual celestial events, including guest stars, temporary lights that appeared where no known star had been seen before. One famous record from 1054 describes a brilliant guest star later connected with the Crab Nebula, the remnant of a supernova. To the people who saw it, it was not a distant stellar explosion in the language of modern astrophysics. It was a new brightness in the sky, visible enough to demand attention, a rupture in the expected order. Today, that record is scientifically valuable because it helps connect historical observation with the life and death of stars. This is one of the most beautiful reversals in the history of knowledge. What one age may have recorded as an omen can become evidence for another age's science. Ancient sky watchers were not always asking our questions, but sometimes they preserved answers we did not know we would need. Catastrophe also taught ancient societies to care about cycles on Earth. Droughts, floods, famines, epidemics, volcanic dimming, and harsh winters could leave scars in memory and myth. People did not have climate models, but they had bodies, fields, animals, and hunger. They knew that nature could change mood. They knew that the world had rhythms, but also shocks. So they watched for signs. They tied the sky to the land, the calendar to survival, the unexpected to moral or cosmic meaning. You can call some of their conclusions wrong, and often they were, but the impulse beneath them was deeply human. When life is fragile, you search for warning. When disaster feels random, you build systems to make it less random. When you cannot control the storm, you try to predict its season. This is why stars, cycles, and catastrophes became an ancient obsession. They were not separate subjects. They formed one emotional map of existence. The stars offered order. Cycles offered return. Catastrophes threatened to break both. And from that tension came calendars, omen texts, ritual schedules, historical records, and habits of observation that helped human beings live under uncertainty. We should not romanticize this world as wiser than ours, but we should not dismiss it as foolish either. Ancient observers stood at the beginning of a long human effort to turn fear into attention into memory, and memory into knowledge. Their sky was crowded with gods, warnings, and meanings, but it was also crowded with data, even if they did not call it that. They watched because the universe seemed to matter, and maybe that is what we have partly lost. We know more about the stars now than any ancient priest or scholar could have imagined. We know what eclipses are, what comets are, what supernovae are, why planets wander, why seasons change. Yet knowledge can make the sky feel distant, almost ordinary, unless we remember that every scientific explanation began with someone looking up and refusing to ignore a pattern. The ancient obsession with the heavens was not only about prediction, it was about relationship. It was the feeling that human life is small, exposed and temporary, but still connected to vast repeating motions overhead. So when you look at the night sky now, you are not only seeing stars, you are seeing the oldest classroom humanity ever had, the oldest warning system, the oldest calendar, the oldest mirror of fear and hope. The ancients may have misunderstood many things, but they understood this. If you want to survive in a world that can change without asking you, you learn to watch what returns, what disappears, and what suddenly appears where darkness used to be. The strange similarities between distant ancient cultures. The most unsettling similarities between distant ancient cultures are not the ones that prove a hidden connection, but the ones that reveal how similar the human mind can become when facing the same world. Across oceans, deserts, mountains, and thousands of years, people who never met sometimes shaped objects, symbols, stories, and social habits that feel strangely familiar. A hand pressed against a cave wall and blown around with pigment, a sharpened stone point made with difficult skill, a sacred center where the living gathered to remember the dead, a mask that allowed a person to become more than themselves for a ritual moment, a dangerous animal turned into a symbol of power, a spiral carved into rock, a hero who crosses a boundary and returns, changed. When you first notice these echoes, it is tempting to imagine one lost global culture, one forgotten teacher civilization, one secret network spreading the same ideas everywhere. And sometimes contact really did happen. People traded, migrated, married, conquered, borrowed, copied, and carried stories farther than we once assumed. But similarity alone is not proof of contact. This is where the deeper mystery begins, because archaeology often asks a harder question. When two distant cultures resemble each other, are we seeing shared ancestry, long-distance exchange, pure coincidence, or independent invention born from the same human needs? The answer changes from case to case, and that is what makes the subject so fascinating. Take hand stencils and cave art. In different parts of the world, ancient people left the outline of a hand on stone, as if saying without words, "I was here." This form appears so simple that it can be reinvented again and again. The hand is the tool every human carries. It is identity, touch, labor, greeting, warning, and presence all at once. To press it against a wall and leave its absence surrounded by color is not a complicated technology, but it is a powerful idea. It turns the body into a sign. It makes a person visible after death. And because every human being knows their own hand before they know the map of the world, it is not surprising that distant people found similar meaning in it. The mystery is not that one group must have taught all the others. The mystery is that the human body itself can become a shared alphabet. Now look at tools. In 2020, researchers described fluted stone points from ancient Arabia and compared them with fluted points known from the Americas. They were not claiming the same people made both, or that there was a lost bridge of instruction between them. Instead, the importance lies in convergence. Different communities, facing different lives, developing similar technical ideas under different circumstances. This happens because stone has limits. A blade must be sharp. A point must survive pressure. A toolmaker must remove flakes in ways the material allows. When people in separate places work with similar materials and similar goals, their solutions can sometimes rhyme. Not repeat exactly, but rhyme. This is one of the most important lessons in ancient similarity. Humans are creative, but we are also constrained. We all live inside bodies with hands, eyes, hunger, fear, memory, and imagination. We all deal with gravity, weather, death, birth, illness, conflict, food, animals, darkness, and the need to belong. Culture turns those shared problems into different worlds, but the roots are often the same. That is why distant societies may build gathering places, create initiation rituals, honor ancestors, decorate the body, mark status with rare materials, tell stories about origins, divide time into meaningful periods, and surround death with ceremony. Not because they were all copying one master plan, but because human life keeps asking the same questions in different languages. Where did we come from? Who protects us? What happens when we die? Who has authority? What makes a child become an adult? How do we remember pain without being destroyed by it? How do we make the invisible feel present? Similar answers can emerge because the questions are ancient and universal. But we must also be careful not to flatten difference. A spiral carved in one place may mean water, a journey, a clan sign, a trance experience, a decorative habit, or something we cannot recover at all. A serpent in one culture may be healing, danger, fertility, chaos, renewal, or royal power. A mask in one society may represent an ancestor, while in another it may belong to theatre, warfare, teaching, or mourning. When we say ancient cultures are similar, we must not pretend they were the same. The surface can mislead. Two forms may look alike while carrying completely different meanings. That is why responsible interpretation moves slowly. It asks about context. Where was the object found? What was it made from? What was buried with it? How was it used? What other signs surround it? And whether there is evidence of contact. Without that discipline, wonder becomes careless. But with it, wonder becomes deeper. You begin to see that human beings are neither isolated islands nor copies of one another. We are pattern makers living in patterned bodies on the same planet. This also explains why myths from distant cultures can feel familiar without needing to be identical. Many societies tell stories of a first world, a broken order, a dangerous journey, a trickster, a flood, a descent into darkness, or a hero who returns with knowledge. Some similarities may come from ancient shared inheritance, some from later exchange, and some from the emotional architecture of being human. A child grows up, a storm destroys, a ruler fails, a stranger arrives, a loved one dies, a person dreams, a community fears hunger. These experiences repeat everywhere, and stories grow around them like shelters. The ancient mind did not invent myth because it was primitive. It invented myth because reality was too large to hold without shape. And maybe we still do the same thing, only with different tools. We build theories, nations, identities, brands, futures, and personal narratives, all trying to organize the pressure of existence into something we can live inside. The strange similarities between distant ancient cultures therefore do not point to one simple secret. They point to a field of possibilities. Sometimes humans met and exchanged ideas. Sometimes they never met and still arrived at related forms. Sometimes the resemblance is meaningful. Sometimes it is only our modern eyes forcing patterns where none existed. The real skill is learning to remain curious without becoming gullible, skeptical without becoming cold, because the truth is already powerful enough, separated by landscapes they could not cross, speaking languages we may never hear, living under different skies and different dangers. Ancient people often return to the same human gestures. They marked their hands. They shaped stone. They honored the dead. They transformed animals into symbols. They made beauty from fear. They turned memory into objects. They asked the world to explain itself. And across all that distance, you can feel a quiet recognition, not proof that everyone came from one lost civilization, but proof that civilization itself grows from something shared beneath culture. The human need to make meaning before the dark becomes too silent. So when two distant ancient cultures seem strangely alike, do not rush to solve the mystery too quickly. Let it remain what it is, a mirror held between strangers across time, showing that humanity is not identical everywhere, but it is never completely foreign to itself. Pyramid geometry and cultural meaning. A pyramid is one of the few shapes that can make stone look as if it is trying to rise, even before you know who built it. Even before you understand the rituals, rulers, burials, temples, plazas, workers, and beliefs behind it. The form speaks in a language the body understands, wide at the earth, narrowing toward the sky, heavy below, focused above, stable enough to resist time, but pointed enough to suggest movement. This is why pyramids appear so powerful across different ancient cultures, not because all pyramids mean the same thing, and not because they prove one hidden global blueprint, but because the shape itself solves several human problems at once. It is structurally strong. It can be built upward in layers. It can be seen from far away. It gathers attention. It turns labor into visibility. It transforms a ruler, a god, an ancestor, or a sacred story into a landscape. In Egypt, the pyramid grew out of older tomb traditions, especially mastabas, those flat-roofed rectangular tombs that eventually, in the step pyramid of Djoser, were stacked into a rising form. That change was not only architectural, it was a change in imagination. A tomb was no longer just a protected place for the dead. It became a vertical statement about kingship, rebirth, and cosmic order. To ancient Egyptians, death was not simply disappearance. It was a dangerous passage into another mode of existence, a journey requiring protection, preparation, ritual, and the right relationship with divine powers. In that world, the pyramid could act as a kind of sacred machine made of stone. Not a machine with gears, but a symbolic structure meant to connect the dead king with eternity, the sky, and the divine order that held the universe together. Its geometry mattered because geometry can make belief visible. The sloping sides may have evoked rays of sunlight, or a rising path, or the primeval mound associated with creation in Egyptian thought. The exact meaning shifted across periods and texts, and scholars are careful not to reduce the pyramid to one simple symbol, but the larger idea is clear. The form was not random. It belonged to a culture in which the sun, rebirth, kingship, and the afterlife were deeply connected. When you see the pyramid only as a pile of stone, you miss the point. It was a built argument that the king's death did not break order. It continued it. The body entered the tomb, but the structure pointed beyond the body. That is the emotional force of Egyptian pyramid geometry. It makes mortality look organized, controlled, and lifted towards something larger than decay. But pyramids were not only Egyptian, and this is where the story becomes richer. In Mesoamerica, pyramidal platforms often functioned differently. Many were not sealed royal tombs in the same way as the most famous Egyptian pyramids, though burials could exist within or beneath some structures. They were often platforms for temples, ceremonies, public gatherings, offerings, and political religious performance. In Maya cities, stepped pyramids rose above plazas, changing how people moved, looked, gathered, and understood authority. A ruler or priest standing above a crowd was not just physically elevated. The architecture made hierarchy visible. The steps turned ascent into ritual. The temple at the top marked a threshold between ordinary ground and sacred space. The plaza below became a theater of community memory. The pyramid did not hide meaning inside itself. It staged meaning in public, and this difference matters. If Egyptian pyramids often pulled attention toward the hidden journey of the dead and the cosmic destiny of kings, many Mesoamerican pyramids pulled attention toward repeated ceremony, living crowds, visible power, and the continuing relationship between people, gods, and time. The same general shape, then, could serve different cultural worlds. That is why it is misleading to say, ancient people everywhere built pyramids for the same reason. They did not. The shape was similar, but the meanings were local, alive and shaped by specific histories. A pyramid in Egypt, a Maya temple pyramid, a Mesopotamian ziggurat, and other stepped sacred platforms may all rise upward, but they do not all tell the same story. Their geometry is a shared possibility, not a shared script. Still, the repeated attraction to this form reveals something deep about human thinking. We trust height. We associate elevation with power, holiness, danger, visibility, and distance from ordinary life. A flat field becomes charged when something rises from it. A ruler becomes more than a person when architecture lifts him above eye level. A temple becomes more than a room when reaching it requires effort. A tomb becomes more than a grave when its outer shape seems to resist the horizon. The pyramid turns social order into physical order. It teaches your eyes where to look. It tells your body where you stand. It makes a community feel that the world has a center, a top, a direction. And because the shape is so stable, it also suggests permanence. A wooden palace may burn, a painted wall may fade, a spoken oath may be forgotten, but a pyramid says, this order is meant to last. Of course, no order truly lasts forever. Stones crack, empires fall, names are misread, rituals vanish, but the form remains long enough to create the illusion of permanence. And sometimes that illusion is exactly what power needs. This is why pyramid geometry is never only about measurement. It is about persuasion. It persuades the living that the dead still matter. It persuades the crowd that authority has height. It persuades the community that time can be arranged, that chaos can be shaped, that human labor can become something larger than human life. And yet there is a quieter side to all this. Pyramids were not built by geometry alone. They were built by people, quarry workers, haulers, planners, cooks, toolmakers, water carriers, overseers, artisans, priests, farmers whose surplus supported labor, and generations who inherited the meaning of what stood before them. When we admire the clean lines, we should also remember the messy human world that made them possible. A pyramid is not only a symbol of the sky, it is also a record of society on the ground. It tells us that a culture could organize food, labor, belief, command, craft, and time toward one shared object. Whether we find that inspiring or unsettling depends on what we choose to see. Is it a monument to devotion or to control? Is it a triumph of shared imagination or evidence of inequality pressed into stone? The honest answer may be both. Ancient monuments often carry beauty and burden together. They can be sacred and political, brilliant and costly, awe-inspiring and uncomfortable. That is why pyramids still hold the mind. They are simple enough for a child to recognize, but complex enough for historians to debate for centuries. Their shape feels obvious, yet their meaning keeps opening. They remind you that humans do not build only to shelter bodies. We build to organize fear, to honor death, to display power, to mark time, to speak to gods, to impress rivals, to gather communities, and to leave behind a shape that says we were not temporary, even though we were. So when you look at a pyramid, do not see only ancient engineering, and do not cover it with fantasies it does not need. See a culture turning its deepest questions into geometry. What is above us? What happens after death? Who has the right to rule? How can a community remember? How can stone make the invisible feel real? The pyramid does not answer those questions in words. It answers by rising, Nazca Lines and landscape scale symbols. A desert can become a manuscript when a culture decides the ground itself is large enough to write on. The Nazca Lines of southern Peru are unsettling not because they require impossible explanations, but because they force you to imagine a society thinking at a scale larger than the human body. On the dry plains between Nazca and Palpa, people created enormous lines, geometric forms, and figures of animals, plants, and human-like beings by doing something technically simple but culturally profound, removing the darker stones on the desert's surface to reveal the lighter earth underneath. No machines were needed, no flying vehicles were needed, no supernatural tools were needed. The desert itself provided the contrast, and the extreme dryness helped preserve the marks for centuries. But simplicity of method does not mean simplicity of meaning. A line can be easy to make and still hard to understand. A spiral can be shallow in the soil and deep in human purpose. A hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, a whale-like form, a condor, a pair of hands, or a long straight path across empty land may look like an image today, but to the people who made it, it may have been a route, a prayer, a gathering point, a social sign, a ritual act, or a way of placing human life into a landscape that was both harsh and sacred. The first thing to release is the old fantasy that the Nazca Lines were made for aliens because they are best seen from above. That idea survives because it is dramatic, but it weakens the real wonder. Many figures can be appreciated from nearby hills, and many lines may not have needed to be seen all at once to matter. A symbol does not always have to be viewed like a painting in a frame. Sometimes the act of making it, walking it, approaching it, or gathering around it is the meaning. Imagine a community crossing a desert path during ceremony, not needing to see the entire figure from the sky because their bodies were already inside the symbol. The image was not only something to look at, it was something to move through. This changes everything. The Nazca landscape becomes less like a gallery and more like a stage, less like a message to distant viewers and more like a lived ritual environment. Researchers have suggested different functions over time, including connections to water, fertility, pilgrimage, ritual processions, social identity, and sacred geography. None of these explanations needs to solve every line, because the geoglyphs were not all one thing. The desert holds many types: long straight lines, trapezoids, spirals, geometric fields, and figurative drawings. Some are enormous and seem made to work at landscape scale. Others are smaller and may have been closer to paths or more visible to people moving through the area. Recent discoveries using drones and artificial intelligence have expanded the known number of geoglyphs, reminding us that the famous figures are only the most visible part of a much wider human project. This is important because it moves the Nazca Lines away from being a single mystery object and toward being a complex cultural landscape built over time. The people who made them were not leaving one puzzle for tourists. They were repeatedly marking the Earth, generation after generation, in ways connected to their beliefs, social lives, and environment. And that environment matters deeply. The Nazca region is dry, beautiful, and unforgiving. Water was precious. Rivers and underground water sources were lifelines. In such a place, lines across the land could have carried meanings tied to movement, offering, direction, and the hope that human action might remain connected to natural forces. This does not mean every line points to water or every figure is a water prayer. That would be too simple. But it does mean the landscape itself was not passive. Desert, mountain, valley, sky, and river formed the world in which these marks made sense. To modern eyes, the desert may look empty. To the people who lived there, it was full of roots, dangers, memories, spirits, resources, boundaries, and obligations. The blankness we feel may be our ignorance, not their emptiness. What makes landscape scale symbols so powerful is that they turn place into participation. A small carving can be held in the hand, a painted pot can be carried away, but a giant geoglyph belongs to the land. It cannot easily be owned by one person. It gathers meaning from distance, approach, repetition, and shared knowledge. To create one is to say that the earth beneath your feet is not merely ground. It is a surface of communication. It can hold a mark longer than a voice can hold a story. And perhaps that is why the Nazca Lines feel so strange. They are both visible and hidden. From the ground, some may seem like paths or partial shapes. From above, they become figures. From archaeology, they become evidence. From imagination, they become questions. They exist in several scales at once, and each scale changes what you think they are. A spider seen from the air is an image. A path walked by a participant is an action. A scraped line in the soil is a technique. A repeated form in a sacred landscape is a tradition. The same mark can be all of these without contradiction. This is what modern explanations often struggle with. We want one purpose, one answer, one clean sentence. Ancient symbols rarely obey that desire. They can work as ritual, art, memory, identity, and movement at the same time. And still, we should be careful not to pretend certainty where certainty is impossible. The Nazca people left no long-written explanation telling us exactly what each figure meant. Archaeologists must study the lines through context, dating, pottery, settlement patterns, pathways, environmental clues, and comparison with related imagery. Some interpretations are stronger than others. Some will change as new discoveries appear. That uncertainty is not failure. It is honesty. The lines ask us to respect the difference between mystery and misinformation. Real mystery is patient. It accepts evidence. It lets silence remain where the past has not spoken clearly. And when you let the Nazca Lines remain real instead of forcing them into fantasy, they become even more impressive. you begin to see a society capable of coordinating labor, planning at huge scale, reading its desert environment, and turning the surface of the earth into a shared symbolic field. You begin to understand that the figures were not strange because ancient people lacked intelligence, but because they had a different relationship with space. They could imagine meaning stretched across distance. They could build symbols too large for one glance. They could make art that was also movement, memory, and ritual. And maybe that is why these lines still hold us. They reveal something modern life often forgets. A landscape is not empty just because it has no walls, and a message is not meaningless just because we have lost its language. The Nazca Lines survive as pale marks in a dry place, but they carry a human urge that is still alive in us. The need to leave a trace bigger than the body, to ask the earth to remember what the voice cannot, to turn survival into ceremony, and to believe that even in a vast silent desert, human meaning can be drawn wide enough for time to notice, when myth preserves clues of real events. Sometimes a myth is not a false memory, but a true event wearing the clothing of story. Long before satellites, seismographs, written archives, weather stations, or geological surveys, people still had to remember the dangerous things the world had done to them. A coastline that vanished, a mountain that exploded, a wave that came too far inland, a fire from the sky, a lake that formed where land once stood, a season of darkness, hunger, ash, or shaking ground. But when a community has no written scientific language for plate tectonics, volcanic gases, rising seas, tsunamis, meteorite impacts, or climate shifts, it does not mean the experience disappears. It becomes story. It becomes a warning wrapped in gods, monsters, ancestors, spirits, punishments, journeys, forbidden places, and sacred laws. This is where myth becomes more than imagination. It can become a vessel for memory, carrying observations across generations long after the original eyewitnesses are gone. The mistake is to treat every myth as literal history, because that would be careless. But it is also a mistake to treat myth as meaningless fantasy, because that can erase the careful environmental knowledge hidden inside it. The real work is slower, more respectful, and more interesting, asking whether a story contains details that match landscapes, disasters, or natural changes confirmed by geology, archaeology, or historical records. In Australia, researchers have studied Aboriginal oral traditions that describe coastal areas being swallowed by the sea, with some stories plausibly preserving memories of sea level rise after the last ice age, when shorelines shifted and lands that had once been walked became underwater. This does not mean every coastal story is a perfect scientific report. Oral tradition changes shape as it travels through time. It absorbs morality, identity, ritual, and local meaning. But the astonishing point is that some stories may preserve real landscape memories for thousands of years, not as maps drawn on paper, but as narratives strong enough to survive because they mattered to people's sense of place. A story could say, "Do not forget that the sea was not always here." And by repeating that story, a community could keep a drowned geography alive in memory. Volcanic traditions offer another powerful example. In parts of the world where eruptions happened within human habitation, stories of angry mountains, fire, smoke, falling stones, poisoned land, or transformed places may contain echoes of real eruptions. The Klamath traditions around Mount Mazama and Crater Lake are often discussed because they describe a dramatic conflict connected with the collapse of a mountain, while geology shows that Mount Mazama erupted catastrophically thousands of years ago and formed Crater Lake. We should be careful. The myth is not a laboratory description of the eruption. It does not speak in modern scientific terms, but it may preserve a cultural memory of a world-changing event, translated into the language of spiritual conflict and place-based meaning. The story survives not because it is a data table, but because it is emotionally unforgettable. That is the strength of myth. It does not merely store facts, it makes them memorable enough to be carried by the living. The same principle appears in traditions linked to earthquakes and tsunamis. Along dangerous coastlines, stories about the sea withdrawing, animals behaving strangely, ground shaking, or waves reaching places they should not reach, can function as warnings. In some indigenous traditions of the Pacific Northwest, researchers have explored connections between oral narratives and the Great Cascadia earthquake and tsunami of 1700. Again, we must not flatten the stories into science alone, because they are also cultural, sacred, and moral. But when a story teaches people to move away from the shore after shaking, or remembers that the ocean can suddenly rise with deadly force, it can become survival knowledge. Myth then is not the opposite of practical truth. It is one of the ways practical truth can survive where written systems are absent or fragile. This should change how you listen to old stories. When an ancient tale speaks of a flood, it may not always mean one global flood that covered the entire Earth. It may preserve memories of local river disasters, storm surges, coastal flooding, or the slow violence of rising seas. When a story speaks of fire from the sky, it may not always be fantasy. It may reflect meteor sightings, airbursts, impacts, volcanic ejecta, or the terrifying brightness of something people could not otherwise name. When a myth says a landscape was made by beings fighting, digging, burning, or falling, it may encode the fact that the landscape really was shaped by violent natural forces, only explained through the moral and spiritual imagination of the people who lived with its scars. But there is a danger here too. Modern audiences often want myth to be either just fiction or secret proof. Both are too simple. A story can be partly historical, partly symbolic, partly ritual, partly political, partly ecological, and partly transformed by centuries of retelling. It can preserve a real event while changing its characters. It can remember a disaster while reshaping its cause. It can keep a warning alive while attaching it to sacred lore. That complexity is not a weakness. It is the reason the story survives. Pure information is fragile. Meaning is durable. A bare instruction may be forgotten, but a story that frightens, moves, teaches, and belongs to a community can last far longer. This is why myth matters to science, not as evidence by itself, but as a guide to questions. A traditional story can point researchers toward a crater, a drowned landscape, a lava flow, a tsunami deposit, or a remembered environmental change. Then geology can test what happened, when it happened, and how it altered the land. The most respectful approach does not steal the story from its people and reduce it to a scientific footnote. It recognizes that indigenous and ancient knowledge systems can preserve observations in forms different from modern academic writing. They may not separate fact, meaning, ethics, and identity the way modern institutions do. And perhaps that is something worth learning from. We often imagine memory as a storage device, but human memory survives best when it is woven into purpose. People remember what helps them live, what warns them, what explains their home, what honors their dead, what tells children why a place must be treated carefully. In that sense, myth can be a landscape archive, a moral map, and an emotional survival tool all at once. So when myth preserves clues of real events, the wonder is not that ancient people secretly had modern science. The wonder is that they had something modern science still depends on. Careful attention to the world, passed forward with enough force to outlive the witnesses. They watched the sea move, the mountain break, the ground shake, the sky flare, and they refused to let the memory die. They turned catastrophe into narrative because narrative could travel where stone tablets, instruments, and official records did not. And maybe this is the quiet lesson waiting inside these old stories. Truth does not always arrive wearing the clothes you expect. Sometimes it arrives as a monster in the water, a god in the mountain, a forbidden shore, a battle in the sky, a warning told beside a fire. The task is not to believe every story literally and not to dismiss every story arrogantly. The task is to listen carefully enough to ask what the story may have been protecting all along. Megalithic engineering and stone transport. The real mystery of moving a giant stone is not that ancient people lacked machines, but that they learned to make many human bodies behave like one. A megalith does not care about belief, ambition, kings, ancestors, rituals, or beauty. It is heavy in the most honest way. It presses into the ground. It resists impatience. It punishes bad planning. It turns every slope, every patch of mud, every broken rope, every uneven path into a serious problem. And that is what makes megalithic engineering so fascinating. Before the stone ever reached a monument, before it became sacred, famous, or symbolic, it had to survive the journey. Someone had to choose it, detach it, shape it enough to move, prepare a route, gather people, make ropes, build sledges or frames, control friction, cross wet ground or dry ground, climb or descend, stop it from tipping, and then raise it into position without losing lives or shattering the work. This was not brute force alone. Brute force is what people imagine when they underestimate the past. The real skill was choreography. In ancient Egypt, one of the clearest visual clues comes from the tomb of Jehotiotep, where a colossal statue is shown being pulled on a sledge while a person pours liquid in front of it. Modern experiments suggest that wetting sand can reduce the effort needed to drag a heavy sledge by making the sand firmer and less likely to pile up in front of the load. That small detail changes the whole picture. It shows that ancient transport was not just muscle against weight. It was observation turned into technique. Someone noticed how sand behaved when damp, how a sledge moved differently, how the ground itself could be made into a tool. This is the kind of intelligence that rarely looks dramatic in a museum label, but matters deeply in real life. A little water, used at the right time, could save enormous effort. A smoother path could matter as much as stronger workers. A good rope could be more valuable than a heroic leader. Now think of Stonehenge's bluestones, traced to quarries in the Preseli region of Wales, far from the final monument on Salisbury Plain. The transport remains debated in details, especially the exact routes and combinations of land or water movement. But the broad point is powerful. People selected stones from a distant landscape and brought them into another landscape with meaning. That journey was not only engineering, it was social commitment. Moving a stone over such distance requires more than a plan drawn in one mind. It requires agreements between people, food for workers, knowledge of terrain, repair along the way, and the willingness to keep going when the task stops being exciting and becomes exhausting. This is the hidden part of megalithic transport. The hardest technology may not have been the sledge, the lever, or the rope, but the social system capable of sustaining the labor. A stone that moves for one day is impressive. A stone that keeps moving across a country is a society in motion. On Rapa Nui, the famous Moai statues add another lesson, because experiments and recent research support the possibility that some statues were transported upright by rocking them from side to side with ropes, almost as if they walked. This is not magic. It is balance, shape, rhythm, and control. The statue's form, with its forward lean and base design, may have helped make upright transport possible, and teams could guide it step by step instead of dragging it flat across the island. What matters here is that the oral tradition of statues walking, once easy for outsiders to dismiss as mythic language, may preserve a practical memory of movement. Not a cartoon image of stone legs, but a human method encoded in a memorable phrase. The statue walked because people made it walk. That idea should stay with you. Ancient engineering often works by turning a hard problem into a controlled motion. Do not lift the whole weight if you can tilt it. Do not fight friction if you can reduce it. Do not carry what you can slide. Do not drag blindly if you can prepare the path. Do not depend on one impossible act if you can divide the journey into hundreds of manageable moments. Levers, rollers, sledges, ramps, ropes, packed earth, wooden tracks, lubrication, counterweights, rocking, and careful sequencing are not primitive tricks. They are physics understood through practice. You do not need modern equations to know that a stone tips more safely when pulled from the right angle. You do not need a steel crane to learn that the ground must be made ready before the load moves. You do not need a computer to understand that rhythm matters when many people pull together. A chant, a drum beat, a shouted command, or a repeated motion can become part of the machine. In that sense, the ancient machine was not separate from the workers. It included them. Their timing was a gear. Their memory was a measuring device. Their trust was a safety system. And yet, we should not romanticize the work as effortless wisdom. Transporting megaliths was dangerous, slow, and costly. Stones broke, routes failed, workers tired, plans changed. Some monuments may include abandoned stones that never reached their destination. Silent evidence that ancient people made mistakes, adjusted, and sometimes failed. That makes their success more impressive, not less. Failure is the shadow that proves the task was real. When you see a standing stone today, you are seeing the survivor of many risks. You are seeing a decision that passed through resistance. This is why megalithic transport still holds modern attention. It brings human cooperation into contact with physical reality at its most stubborn. It reminds you that civilization is not built only by ideas, but by the movement of weight through space. A belief had to become a work crew. A ritual had to become a road. A vision had to become rope fiber twisted by hand, wood cut and shaped, ground cleared, meals prepared, injuries endured, commands repeated, and progress measured one difficult pull at a time. The stone became monumental only after people first made themselves patient enough to move it. And maybe this is the quiet lesson hidden inside every transported megalith. The ancient world did not defeat nature by overpowering it. It negotiated with it. It learned where the ground was firm, where water helped, where a stone could pivot, where a root must bend, where human force had to be multiplied by method. That is not a small achievement. It is the foundation of engineering itself. So when you imagine a massive stone traveling across a plain, down a valley, over prepared ground, or toward a sacred platform, do not picture a mystery solved by fantasy. Picture something more human and more astonishing. A community teaching weight to move step by step until the impossible became slow enough to happen. Archaeoastronomy and Sky Alignments. Archaeoastronomy begins with a simple but haunting idea. The ancient sky was not above people. It was around them, woven into where they walked, where they prayed, where they built, and how they understood time. It is not just the study of old monuments pointing at the sun or stars. It is the study of how past societies turned the heavens into memory, order, authority, farming rhythm, ritual timing, and emotional orientation. A modern person can check the date on a phone and forget the sky entirely, but for much of human history, the sky was the most reliable clock anyone had. The sun returned along the horizon. The moon changed shape. Certain stars appeared before seasons shifted. Shadows lengthened and shortened. Darkness had patterns. Light had habits. And if you watched carefully enough, year after year, those habits could become architecture. This is why archaeoastronomy is so powerful when it is done responsibly. It does not claim that every ancient doorway secretly points to a cosmic code. It does not turn every old stone into a prophecy. Instead, it asks careful questions. What could people see from this place, at this time, on this horizon? Did the building's direction match an event that mattered in that culture? Is the alignment repeated, emphasized, built into movement, ritual, or landscape? Could it have helped people mark seasons, ceremonies, planting, gathering, or political power? The real mystery is not that ancient people looked up. Everyone looks up. The mystery is how patiently they looked, and how deeply that looking entered the bones of society. Chanquillo in Peru gives one of the clearest examples of sky observation becoming landscape design. Its 13 towers form a horizon marker system, where the rising and setting sun could be tracked through the year from observation points, creating a way to recognize dates across the seasonal cycle. This is not a vague guess based on one wall facing east. It is a whole architectural arrangement that uses the horizon as part of the instrument. The towers do not move, but the sun does, and together they create a calendar written in light. To stand in such a place is to understand that time was not invisible there. It had positions, it had edges, it could be watched moving from tower to tower, as if the year itself were walking across stone. Nidra in Malta offers a different kind of sky relationship, quieter and more architectural. In the South Temple, The rising sun at the equinox can shine through the main doorway and travel along the central axis, while solstice light interacts with specific parts of the structure. The point is not simply that the builders knew the equinox in a modern textbook sense. The point is that they created a place where seasonal balance could be experienced by the body. Light entered, touched stone, and made the turning of the year visible inside a sacred space. In that moment, the building was not just shelter or monument. It was a threshold where the sky became an event on the ground. Cahokia, in North America, adds another layer through the reconstructed Woodhenge, a circle of posts associated with solar observations near a major Mississippian urban center. From certain positions, sunrise at seasonal moments could be marked against posts, allowing the community to connect ceremony, timekeeping, and social gathering. Here again, sky alignment is not only about precision. It is about people coming together around a repeated celestial moment, using the predictability of the sun to reinforce a shared world. A seasonal sunrise can become a public memory. The horizon can become a calendar everyone can witness. And this matters because ancient time was often communal. Today, time feels private, divided into alarms, deadlines, screens, and schedules. In many ancient societies, time was something a community entered together. The return of a season, the start of a ritual period, the preparation for planting, the honoring of ancestors, the moment when a leader, priest, or specialist declared that the sky had reached the proper place. This made sky knowledge powerful. Whoever understood the sky could guide action. Whoever could predict a seasonal moment could appear close to order itself. Archaeoastronomy therefore sits at the meeting point of science and culture. It shows practical observation, but also meaning. It shows horizon watching, but also belief. It shows that a building can be a tool, a symbol, a stage, and a lesson at the same time. And yet caution is essential because the human mind loves patterns too much. If you draw enough lines from enough ancient sites, something will always seem to match something in the sky. A responsible reading must resist that temptation. It must consider chance, local geography, later damage, rebuilding, and the fact that ancient builders had many reasons to choose a direction. Slope, wind, water, access, earlier structures, sacred mountains, or social pathways. The strongest cases are not built on one dramatic coincidence. They are built on context, repetition, visibility, and cultural sense. This careful approach does not reduce the wonder. It protects it from becoming empty spectacle, because the genuine examples are already extraordinary. They show that ancient people could make the turning of the heavens part of earthly life without telescopes, satellites, or modern equations. They had patience, fixed viewpoints, memory across generations, and a reason to care. Perhaps that is the most important part. You only observe deeply what matters to you. A society that watches the sun return to the same horizon point does so because that return carries weight. It may mean food, rain, ceremony, renewal, authority, or survival. A society that builds with the sky in mind is saying that human life should not be separated from cosmic rhythm. It is saying that a place becomes more meaningful when it knows when light will arrive. And maybe that is why archaeoastronomy still affects us. It reveals a version of humanity that did not treat the universe as distant scenery. The sky was not decoration. It was a partner in building meaning. Every careful alignment asks you to imagine the first person who noticed the pattern, then the next person who confirmed it, then the generation that trusted it enough to build around it. It asks you to imagine knowledge not as a sudden discovery, but as attention repeated until it becomes culture. In the end, archaeoastronomy is not about proving that ancient people were impossibly advanced. It is about realizing they were profoundly observant in ways modern life can make us forget. They did not need to own the sky to learn from it. They only needed to watch long enough for the sky to become part of the architecture of memory. And when you understand that, every old horizon begins to feel different. It is no longer just where the earth meets the sky. It is where human beings once waited for the universe to keep its promise. Ancient flood stories and real sea level rise. The oldest flood stories may not begin with imagination, but with people watching the edge of their world slowly disappear. Long before modern coastlines had names on maps, the Earth was still recovering from the last ice age, and enormous amounts of water that had once been locked inside glaciers were returning to the oceans. This did not happen in one single dramatic wave covering the whole planet, and that distinction matters. There is no good scientific evidence for one global flood that drowned every civilization at once, but there is very strong evidence that, over thousands of years, seas rose enough to transform the world people knew. Shores moved inland, river mouths changed, islands appeared and vanished, hunting grounds became marshes, marshes became bays, familiar paths became underwater silence. And if you lived through even a small part of that process, if your grandparents remembered land where your generation saw only sea, it would not feel gradual in the way a textbook makes it sound. It would feel like loss with a tide. It would feel like the world had a memory different from yours. After the last ice age, global sea level rose by about the height of a modern skyscraper, not all at once, but in pulses and long surges as ice sheets melted. That rising water redrew continents. In northwest Europe, the land we now call Doggerland once connected Britain to mainland Europe, supporting rivers, wetlands, animals, and Mesolithic communities. Today it lies beneath the North Sea. This was not a mythical continent of gold or a fantasy kingdom. It was real land, inhabited and then gradually consumed by rising water, with storms and tsunamis possibly adding sudden shocks to an already changing landscape. Imagine the emotional force of that, a place where people once hunted, gathered, buried memory, followed animal tracks, and learned the seasons slowly became unreachable. Not destroyed in a single day, perhaps, but taken generation by generation, until the old stories had to explain why the sea now covered what ancestors once walked. This is where flood myths become more complicated and more meaningful. A story of water-swallowing land does not have to preserve an exact scientific record to preserve a real human experience. It may compress centuries into one event. It may turn shoreline change into divine punishment, a moral lesson, a battle between powers, or a warning about forgetting sacred law. That does not make it useless. It tells us how people made disaster memorable. In Mesopotamia, flood stories such as the one preserved in the Epic of Gilgamesh emerged from a world shaped by rivers that could bring life and destruction in the same season. The Tigris and Euphrates made farming possible, but they could also flood unpredictably. Here, the flood was not only a memory of sea level rise, it was also a memory of living in a river world where civilization depended on water it could never fully control. This is important because ancient flood stories do not all come from the same cause. Some may echo coastal inundation. Some may reflect river floods. Some may preserve tsunami memories. Some may be theological or symbolic. Some may combine several layers until the original event is impossible to isolate. The Black Sea flood hypothesis shows why caution is necessary. Some researchers propose that the Black Sea experienced a rapid and dramatic marine flooding event when Mediterranean waters entered through the Bosporus, and that such a catastrophe might have helped inspire later flood traditions. It is a fascinating idea, but it remains debated. Other evidence points toward more gradual or more complex changes. The honest version is not. This proves the flood myth. The honest version is, real post-Ice Age water changes were large enough to reshape human worlds. And in some regions they may have fed stories of overwhelming inundation. That is still powerful. In fact, it is more powerful because it respects both science and story. The sea does not need to rise in one impossible instant to become terrifying. A coastline can die slowly and still leave trauma. A community can migrate inland and still remember the drowned places behind them. Children can grow up hearing that the water was once far away, that a reef was once a hill, that a bay was once a plain, that a forbidden area beneath the waves was once part of human life. Over time, those memories may become sacred geography. The sea becomes not only water, but a boundary between present and past. And this changes how we should hear ancient flood stories. We should not flatten them into simple proof of modern geology, but we should not dismiss them as empty fantasy either. They often preserve a truth deeper than dates. Human beings have always lived on a changing planet, and water has always been one of the great forces that teaches humility. To farm near a river is to depend on a thing that can drown you. To live near a coast is to trust a line that has never truly been fixed. To build a settlement close to food, trade, and water is to accept both gift and danger. Ancient people understood this in their bones. Their stories of floods often carry moral meaning because disasters demand meaning. When the world takes homes, fields, animals, and people, the mind searches for cause. Was someone warned? Was a law broken? Did the gods decide? Was the old world too corrupt? Did one survivor listen when others ignored the signs? These questions may sound religious, but they also reveal a practical concern. How do you survive the next time? A flood story can teach obedience, humility, memory, evacuation, respect for water, or the danger of forgetting what elders know. It can carry survival instructions inside drama, and perhaps this is why flood stories are so widespread. Water is universal, but it is never only water. It is birth, cleansing, boundary, hunger, trade, travel, death, renewal, and erasure. It can make civilizations possible, and then remind them that possibility is temporary. When real sea level rise is placed beside ancient flood traditions, the result is not a single solved mystery, but a more honest sense of human vulnerability. The post-Ice Age world was not a stable stage waiting for civilization to begin. It was a moving landscape. People adapted to changing shores, shifting rivers, new wetlands, lost hunting grounds, and altered routes. They carried memories forward because forgetting could be dangerous. And as those memories traveled, they became stories large enough to survive. So when you hear an ancient flood myth, do not ask only whether it happened exactly as told. Ask what kind of world would need to tell such a story. Ask what land might have vanished behind it. What river might have broken its banks? What coast might have moved? What people might have stood at the water's edge and realized that the place their ancestors knew was gone. The real lesson is not that every myth is a map. The real lesson is that Earth has never promised to keep its borders still. The sea has been redrawing the human story from the beginning, and sometimes the only thing left above the water is memory, lost libraries and broken knowledge chains. A library can die long before the last book burns. It can die when the language inside it is no longer taught, when the scholars who knew how to read its abbreviations are gone, when the copying stops, when a war makes paper less urgent than bread, when a city loses the wealth to pay scribes, when a ruler decides one kind of knowledge deserves protection and another kind deserves silence. This is what makes lost libraries so haunting. They are not just rooms filled with missing texts. They are broken chains of attention. A library is never only a storage place. It is a living system made of collectors, translators, readers, teachers, copyists, catalogues, shelves, trade routes, materials, schools, debates, and the quiet discipline of one generation deciding that another generation should still be able to hear the past. When that system breaks, knowledge does not always vanish in one spectacular fire. Sometimes it thins. A scroll decays in a damp room. A manuscript is copied incorrectly. Then the error becomes tradition. A work survives only as a quotation inside an enemy's argument. A philosopher's full book disappears, but one sentence remains because someone else mocked it. That is how fragile human memory has always been. Sometimes history depends on whether one tired hand made one more copy before the ink dried forever. The Library of Alexandria has become the great symbol of this fear, though its real fate was more complicated than the simple image of one catastrophic blaze destroying all ancient knowledge in a single night. It likely declined through multiple losses, political changes, institutional weakening, and earlier destruction, and scholars today generally avoid the clean legend of one final moment. But the legend survives because it expresses a deeper truth. We know that enormous amounts of ancient writing are gone, and we can feel the wound even when we cannot count the pages. Greek drama, early histories, scientific treatises, medical works, philosophical arguments, travel accounts, poems, local records, technical manuals, and commentaries once existed in quantities we no longer possess. What survived is not necessarily what was most important. It is what was copied, valued, protected, translated, hidden, quoted, or lucky. That should disturb you. Our picture of the ancient mind is built from survivors, not from the full civilization of thought that once surrounded them. Then, there is the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, often surrounded by myth, but grounded in a real tradition of translation, scholarship, and intellectual exchange in the Abbasid world. Greek, Persian, Indian, and other bodies of knowledge moved through Arabic-speaking scholarly culture, where mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, and literature were studied, translated, revised, and expanded. This matters because libraries do not only preserve the past, they transform it. A text entering a new language is not simply carried forward unchanged. It is interpreted. It gains new readers. It meets new questions. It becomes part of another civilization's bloodstream. When Baghdad was devastated by the Mongols in 1258, whatever remained of that scholarly world suffered a rupture that later memory turned into an image of books thrown into rivers and ink darkening the water. Whether every detail of that image is literal or symbolic, the emotional truth is clear. The destruction of a knowledge center is not only the destruction of objects, it is the destruction of continuity. It interrupts conversations that may have lasted centuries. It separates students from teachers they will never meet. It makes future discoveries arrive later, or differently, or not at all. And yet, the story of lost libraries is not only a story of destruction, it is also a story of strange survival. At Herculaneum, the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE buried a Roman villa and carbonized its papyrus scrolls. Fire and volcanic heat, which normally destroy books, also helped preserve them in a damaged, almost unreadable form. For centuries, the scrolls were too fragile to open safely. Dark ink hidden inside darkened papyrus, knowledge trapped in a body that could fall apart if touched. Now, modern imaging and digital methods are beginning to read portions of these texts without physically unrolling them. That is almost poetic. The same disaster that silenced the library also sealed it, and the future had to invent new eyes to listen. Nag Hammadi tells another kind of survival story. In Egypt, a group of ancient codices preserved Coptic texts that dramatically changed what scholars could know about early Christian diversity, Gnostic traditions, and religious debate. These books did not survive because an empire placed them in a grand official library with guards and catalogues. They survived because they were hidden, buried, removed from ordinary circulation, protected by accident or intention from the processes that erased so many other writings. Sometimes a library survives not by being powerful, but by disappearing at the right time. That should make you rethink what preservation means. The most visible institutions may be the most vulnerable to conquest, reform, and fire. The hidden chest, the desert jar, the forgotten cave, the buried room, the neglected monastery shelf may become the true vessels of the future. But even when texts survive physically, the knowledge chain can still break. A manuscript in an unknown script is a locked room. A book without its intellectual context is a voice with no surrounding conversation. A medical recipe without the correct plant identification, dosage tradition, or preparation method may be impossible to use safely. A philosophical fragment without the full argument can be misunderstood for centuries. Knowledge needs more than survival. It needs relationship. It needs readers trained to understand why it mattered. This is where lost libraries become a mirror for us. We live in an age that stores more information than any ancient world could imagine. Yet storage is not the same as memory. A file can be copied 1,000 times and still become useless if no one can open the format, understand the language, trust the source, or care enough to read it slowly. We think digital abundance protects us from forgetting, but abundance can become another form of loss. When everything is saved, attention becomes the fragile thing. The ancient world lost knowledge through fire, war, decay, suppression, and broken institutions. We may lose knowledge through overload, neglect, dependency, and the quiet disappearance of people who know how things actually work. That is why lost libraries still feel so urgent. They are not just tragedies behind us, they are warnings ahead of us. They tell us that civilization is not measured only by what it discovers, but by what it manages to carry forward. Every library, ancient or modern, asks the same question in silence. Will anyone be here to understand this later? And maybe that is the deepest sorrow of broken knowledge chains. Somewhere, a person once wrote a sentence they believed would outlive them. A student once copied a page by dim light. A scholar once argued with a text already centuries old. A healer once recorded a treatment. A traveler once described a city. A poet once found words for grief. Most of those voices are gone now. Not because they had nothing to say, but because the chain failed. So when you imagine a lost library, do not picture only flames. Picture all the conversations that never reached us. Picture shelves becoming silence. Picture the future arriving too late to ask its questions. And then ask yourself, gently but seriously, what knowledge in our own world is waiting for someone to care enough to keep it alive? Lost metallurgy and forgotten materials. The first time humans learned to change earth with fire, they were not just making tools. They were discovering that matter could be persuaded to become something it had never been before. This is the quiet magic at the heart of ancient metallurgy and forgotten materials. Not magic in the supernatural sense, but in the older, more human sense. A transformation so difficult, so dependent on heat, timing, color, fuel, ore, clay, air, patience and trained judgment, that it feels almost alive. Before modern chemistry gave names to reactions, ancient craftspeople were already experimenting with the behavior of minerals and metals. They learned that certain stones bled copper when heated. They learned that different ores behave differently, that fire could fail if the furnace breathed poorly, that a small change in fuel or temperature could ruin an entire batch, that the same looking rock from two places might produce very different results. This was knowledge born in smoke, not in laboratories. It came from watching, failing, repeating, and teaching with hands rather than formulas. And because so much of it lived in workshops, not books, parts of it became fragile. A material might be made for centuries, then slowly disappear when tastes changed, mines closed, trade routes shifted, forests were cut, workshops died, or cheaper substitutes arrived. The mystery is not that ancient people knew impossible science. The mystery is how much real material intelligence they developed without speaking our scientific language. Egyptian blue is one of the most beautiful examples. It was a synthetic pigment made from ingredients such as silica, copper, lime, and alkali, heated until they formed a brilliant blue material that could be ground and used in art. It appears on coffins, sculptures, walls, and objects across the ancient Mediterranean world. And modern science has found that it can glow under infrared light, making tiny surviving traces visible even when the blue can barely be seen by the eye. Think about that. A color made thousands of years ago can still answer modern instruments in a hidden wavelength. To the ancient maker, it was not infrared luminescence. It was a successful blue, born from a furnace at the right heat. But to us, it reveals that beauty and material science were never separate. The pigment was not simply decoration. It was controlled chemistry, luxury, symbolism, and craft fused into powder. Maya blue tells a different story, from another part of the world and another tradition. In Mesoamerica, artisans created an intensely durable blue-green pigment by combining indigo dye with a special clay, often identified as palygorskite. What makes it remarkable is its resistance. In humid tropical environments where many colors fade, Maya blue survived on murals, ceramics, sculptures, and ritual objects with extraordinary strength. Scientists still study exactly how the indigo becomes stabilized within the clay structure because the pigment is more than a mixture. It is a partnership between an organic dye and a mineral host. This is the kind of forgotten material that teaches humility. The makers may not have described channels, molecules, or bonding the way modern researchers do, but they knew how to create a color that could endure. They had a practical understanding of process. Which clay, which plant dye, how much heat, how long, and under what conditions. A wrong preparation might make a dull stain. A successful one made a color that resisted time. Then there is ancient iron, especially before iron smelting became widespread. Tutankhamun's famous dagger blade, for example, was made from meteoritic iron, rich in nickel and connected to metal that literally fell from the sky. To an ancient Egyptian, such material would have been rare and precious, not because they understood meteorites as modern planetary science understands them, but because the metal itself was unusual, difficult to obtain, and capable of being shaped into an elite object. This is a powerful reminder that the story of metallurgy does not begin only with mines and furnaces. Sometimes it begins with a strange stone from the heavens, a piece of iron found before people could easily produce iron from ore. The object becomes more than a weapon. It becomes a meeting point between sky, status, craft, and death. In China, a different chapter unfolded with early cast iron traditions. While many ancient regions worked mainly with bloomery iron that had to be hammered and refined, Chinese metallurgists developed ways to produce cast iron in large quantities, using furnaces capable of reaching the high heat needed to melt iron. Cast iron could be poured into molds, making tools and objects more efficiently, though it was brittle unless treated or used appropriately. This was not a simple upgrade from one metal to another. It was a different technological path, shaped by furnace design, fuel, labor organization, and social demand. It reminds us that metallurgy does not progress in one universal sequence everywhere. Different societies discover different solutions because they have different resources, needs, and traditions. Some master casting, some master forging, some specialize in alloys, some turn pigment into permanence, some make glass, glaze, enamel, or ceramics with stunning control. And every material carries its own hidden grammar. Bronze is not just copper with another metal added. It is a whole family of choices, each changing hardness, color, melting behavior, and usefulness. Glass is not just melted sand. It is a delicate balance of ingredients and heat. Glaze is not just shine. It is a controlled skin formed by minerals under fire. Faience, used in ancient Egypt and elsewhere, could create bright blue-green surfaces that suggested water, life, rebirth, and precious stones without requiring the same rare materials. The point is not that ancient artisans had modern periodic tables in their minds. They did not. The point is that they built working knowledge through practice so deep that it often achieved results modern people needed instruments to fully explain. And when that working knowledge faded, the materials became mysterious. Not always because the recipe was completely unknown, but because a recipe alone is never enough. Heat this mixture is not the same as knowing the furnace atmosphere, the quality of the fuel, the feel of the paste, the timing of cooling, the source of the mineral, the season of preparation, the impurities that accidentally helped, or the signs an experienced maker watched for. Materials are sensitive to details. Ancient craft lived in those details. That is why rediscovering a forgotten material can be so difficult. You can identify the ingredients and still not know the habit. You can reproduce the color once and still not understand how a workshop produced it reliably for generations. You can analyze a blade and still not recover the world of ore selection, hammer rhythm, and heat judgment behind it. This should change how you think about ancient technology. It was not primitive simply because it lacked modern explanation. It was empirical, patient, and often astonishingly refined. It grew through contact with stubborn matter. Fire either worked or it did not. Metal either flowed or failed. A pigment either survived or faded. A glaze either fused or cracked. The material answered, and the artisan learned to listen. Perhaps that is why lost metallurgy and forgotten materials feel so strangely intimate. They show us a kind of knowledge that cannot be separated from touch. A scholar may preserve a text, but a metalworker preserves a temperature in memory. A painter preserves a color through repeated preparation. A glassmaker preserves timing in the glow of a furnace. When that chain ends, the object remains, but the living conversation with matter grows quiet. And yet the objects still speak. Egyptian blue glows under modern light. Maya blue resists decay. Meteoritic iron tells of rare sky metal shaped by human hands. Ancient cast iron reveals a society that learned to make furnaces behave with unusual power. These are not myths. They are evidence that human beings have always been experimenters, even when their experiments were wrapped in ritual, trade, status, and beauty. The past did not merely use materials. It negotiated with them. It discovered that stone could become pigment, ore could become blade, clay could protect color, sand could become glass, and fire could turn the ordinary world into something almost permanent. So the deeper question is not whether ancient people possessed lost super science. The deeper question is how many forms of practical intelligence disappear when we stop valuing the hands that carry them. Because every forgotten material is also a warning. Knowledge can live in matter, but only humans can keep the conversation going. How ancient people tracked time without machines. Before clocks began ticking on walls, time was something people had to catch from shadows. Water, stars, hunger, birdsong, and the changing patience of light. Ancient people did not live outside time simply because they lacked modern machines. In many ways, they lived closer to it, because time was not hidden inside a device on the wrist or a number glowing on a screen. It was spread across the world. It moved across a courtyard as a shadow. It slipped from one vessel to another as water. It opened flowers, shifted winds, changed animal behavior, pulled tides, ripened grain, cooled the air, and slowly rearranged the night sky. To track time without machines, people first had to become intimate with change. They had to notice what repeated, what drifted, what returned, and what could be trusted. This is why ancient timekeeping was never just about knowing what hour it is. It was about survival, ritual, farming, law, labor, travel, prayer, taxation, and the coordination of human life. A community that can measure time can plan planting, organize work, schedule ceremonies, regulate markets, prepare for seasonal danger, and make society feel less exposed to uncertainty. The earliest timekeepers were not gears. They were attention and memory. A stick planted in the ground could become a simple shadow marker, because the sun's movement across the sky made the shadow turn and shorten or lengthen in a daily pattern. From that simple observation came shadow clocks and sundials, devices that turned sunlight into readable order. But even this was more complicated than it first sounds. A shadow does not behave the same way in every season or every place. The sun climbs higher or lower through the year. Day length changes. A marker that works well in one context may need adjustment in another. Ancient timekeepers learned not only that shadows move, but that shadows have character. They could reveal direction, season, and the passage of the day, but they also taught humility. When the sky was cloudy or night arrived, the shadow went silent. So people needed other forms of time. Water clocks, or clepsydras, solved part of that problem by using the steady flow of water into or out of a vessel. A marked container could measure intervals when the sun was gone, indoors, or hidden by weather. This made time more portable and more social. It could be used for night watches, ceremonies, courts, or regulated tasks. But water clocks also had their own imperfections. Water flows differently depending on the shape of the vessel, the size of the opening, and even conditions that affect the liquid. So an ancient water clock was not a perfect modern clock in disguise. It was a practical compromise, a way of making time measurable enough for human purposes. That phrase matters, measurable enough. Ancient people did not always need the exact precision modern life demands. They needed useful time, shared time, time that could organize people. In Egypt, the day and night were divided into 12 parts each. But these hours were not always equal in length across the year in the way modern hours are. The daylight parts stretched or shrank with the season because they belonged to the lived cycle of light itself. At night, Egyptians also watched groups of stars known as decans, whose rising helped mark the passing hours. Imagine that for a moment. Darkness was not empty. It was a moving clock overhead. The night had stations. A trained observer could read the sky as if time were written in slow fire. Tools like the Merket helped with astronomical observation and orientation, showing that ancient timekeeping was not only passive watching, but practiced measurement. Still, the deepest tool was the trained human eye. A person had to know where to stand, what to compare, what had changed since last season, and what the pattern meant. Other societies built different systems from the same basic problem. Lunar calendars followed the moon's changing face because its cycle was visible, memorable, and useful for organizing months. Agricultural communities watched the behavior of plants, insects, winds, rains, and animals. Sailors cared about stars and seasonal conditions. Religious specialists guarded ritual calendars. Administrators needed dates for debts, offerings, labor, and storage. Time was not one thing. It had layers. There was daily time, marked by light and shadow. Monthly time, marked by the moon. Seasonal time, marked by weather and harvest. Generational time, marked by memory, ancestry, and kings. Sacred time, marked by festivals and mythic return. This layered sense of time may feel strange now, because modern clocks flatten time into identical units. A minute is a minute, whether you are grieving, waiting, working, praying, or watching dawn. But ancient time was often more textured. Some moments mattered more than others. A sunrise could open a ritual. A new moon could begin a month. A flood season could reshape the year. A star's first appearance before dawn could signal a turning point. Time was not only counted, it was interpreted, and that interpretation gave it emotional weight. When you depend on the sky, you do not experience time as a private possession. You experience it as something shared with the world. This is the quiet lesson ancient timekeeping teaches. Modern people often think of time as something we own, spend, lose, waste, or manage. Ancient people, more often, encountered time as something they belonged to. They did not control the sun. They waited for it. They did not command the moon. They watched it. They did not force the seasons to arrive. They prepared for them. Their tools were attempts to make a relationship with change more reliable, not to escape change entirely. And perhaps that is why ancient timekeeping can feel strangely calming. It reminds you that before time became a pressure, it was a pattern. Before it became deadlines, it was dawn, shadow, water, stars, and return. That does not mean ancient life was peaceful or easy. It was full of uncertainty, danger, labor, and loss. But the act of tracking time gave people a way to stand inside uncertainty without being completely helpless. A shadow line, a water clock, a star rising in the dark, a moon returning after disappearance. Each one said that the world still had rhythm. And maybe this is what we forget when every second is displayed to us with perfect coldness. Precision is not the same as understanding. You can know the exact time and still feel disconnected from the day. Ancient people could lack our precision and still feel the movement of time in their bodies, fields, temples, rivers, and skies. So when you imagine someone long ago watching a shadow crawl across stone, or listening to water fall drop by drop through the night, do not see a primitive version of a modern clock. See a human being learning how to live with change. See time before it was trapped in machines, when it still had color, weather, direction, and breath. Ancient navigation by stars and currents. To cross an ocean without a compass is not to be lost. It is to carry the map inside your body. Ancient navigation by stars and currents was not a desperate guess into emptiness, and it was not a miracle performed by people who somehow knew the sea in a supernatural way. It was a disciplined art of attention, built from generations of observation so precise that the ocean itself became readable. Imagine sitting in a canoe at night with no engine beneath you, no glowing screen, no metal needle pointing north, only darkness, wind, salt, and the enormous breathing surface of the water. To a modern passenger, that might feel like terror. To a trained navigator, it could be information. The stars did not simply decorate the sky. They rose and set in known places, giving direction like markers on a horizon too wide for roads. A navigator could remember which stars appeared above the path toward a destination, which ones climbed before dawn, which ones vanished behind clouds, and how the canoe's heading should feel beneath them. But stars were only one part of the system. The sea itself had texture. Ocean swells could travel long distances from storms far away, moving with a steadier character than local waves whipped up by nearby wind. A skilled wayfinder could feel the canoe lifting and falling, sense whether the vessel was crossing a swell or riding with it, and use that motion as a kind of moving compass when the sky disappeared. This is difficult for us to imagine because modern life trains the eyes more than the whole body. We look for symbols on screens. Ancient navigators listened with their skin. They read pressure, rhythm, angle, wind, cloud, bird flight, floating debris, watercolor, and the way light changed under certain clouds when shallow lagoons or reefs were near. In Pacific traditions, especially Polynesian wayfinding, navigation was an integrated practice, not one trick. The navigator held a mental star compass, remembered routes as sequences of signs, estimated distance by time and speed, watched seabirds because some species returned to land at predictable times, and noticed clouds that formed over islands or reflected lagoon colors from below. A destination was not always seen before it was found. It was approached through a widening circle of clues. First, the stars and swells gave direction. Then birds, clouds, watercolor, smells, and wave behavior sharpened the search. The island announced itself before land rose from the horizon. This kind of knowledge was not casual. It required apprenticeship, memory, courage, and repeated voyages. A single mistake could mean death, so the learning had to be serious. In Micronesia, the Marshallese developed one of the most remarkable teaching tools in the history of navigation. Stick charts made from materials such as coconut strips and shells. These were not maps in the modern sense, and they were not necessarily carried and consulted like a paper chart during a voyage. They represented patterns of ocean swells, how waves bent or crossed near islands, and how land could disturb the surrounding sea. To someone outside the tradition, a stick chart might look like abstract art. To a trained navigator, it could encode a moving world. This is a profound idea. The chart did not show only where islands were. It showed how the sea behaved around them. It treated the ocean not as empty space between lands, but as a field full of signs. That is a very different way of knowing. Modern maps often make the sea look blank, a blue surface between named points. Ancient navigators knew that the sea was never blank. It had paths without roads, currents without fences, winds that returned with seasons, and wave patterns that carried memory from faraway weather. In the Indian Ocean, sailors learned to use the monsoon system, where seasonal winds reverse in a predictable rhythm. This allowed merchants to cross between East Africa, Arabia, India, and beyond, not by fighting the atmosphere, but by waiting for the right breath of the year. Ships might sail with one seasonal wind, stay in a distant port for months, then return when the winds changed. Trade was not only a matter of courage and goods, it was a matter of timing. The ocean opened and closed like a gate, and those who understood its rhythm could build entire worlds of exchange. Spices, textiles, metals, stories, languages, religious ideas, and people moved through these wind-shaped corridors. In that sense, navigation did not only connect places, it connected civilizations. But the most important part is this. Ancient navigation was not primitive because it lacked instruments. It was sophisticated in a different way. A modern instrument separates knowledge from the body. You can look at a screen and obey it without understanding the clouds above you or the current beneath you. Traditional navigation does the opposite. It binds knowledge to attention. The navigator must remain awake to the world because the world is the instrument. A star is useful only if you know its season and path. A bird is useful only if you know its habits. A swell is useful only if your body has learned its direction. A wind is useful only if your memory knows what it usually brings. This kind of intelligence is fragile because it is lived, not simply stored. It can fade when younger generations stop voyaging, when colonial systems disrupt seafaring traditions, when engines replace sail, when GPS makes old skills seem unnecessary. Yet it can also be revived, as modern voyaging movements have shown by sailing traditional canoes across huge distances using non-instrument methods. These voyages are not romantic performances. They demonstrate that the old knowledge was real, testable, and powerful when carried by trained people. And perhaps that is why ancient navigation still feels so moving. It shows a relationship with nature that was neither passive nor dominating. Navigators did not command the ocean. They negotiated with it. They waited, watched, adjusted, trusted memory, and accepted humility. They knew that the shortest path was not always the safest path, that the sea could mislead, that clouds could hide stars, that currents could pull a vessel away from intention, and that survival required both confidence and listening. To navigate by stars and currents was to live inside a conversation with the planet. Every voyage was a question. Can you read what is changing before it changes you? And maybe that question still belongs to us. We have machines now that can locate us within seconds. Yet many people feel more lost than ever because location is not the same as orientation. Ancient navigators remind us that knowing where you are is not only a technical fact. It is a relationship with signs, memory, direction, and purpose. They crossed waters that looked empty by understanding that emptiness was full of language. The stars spoke in rising and setting. The swells spoke in rhythm. The birds spoke in return. The wind spoke in season. And the navigator, alone under a wide sky, learned to answer not by conquering the sea, but by becoming attentive enough to belong to it. How oral traditions preserve geological memory. Some landscapes are not only made of rock, they are made of stories that remember what the rock once did. This is the hidden power of oral traditions when they preserve geological memory. They do not keep the past alive by freezing it like a museum label, but by letting it breathe through voice, place, rhythm, warning, and belonging. A written record can tell you that a volcano erupted, a cliff collapsed, a lake formed, or a river changed course. But an oral tradition can tell you how a community learned to live with that knowledge before there were scientific instruments, hazard maps, or written archives. It can carry not only the fact of a dangerous place, but the feeling of danger, the rules for approaching it, the names that make it memorable, the ancestors connected to it, and the emotional weight that keeps people from treating it as ordinary ground. This is why oral geology matters. It is not the same thing as modern geology, and it should not be forced to pretend that it is. It does not usually speak in measurements, chemical terms, or formal timelines. It speaks through beings, journeys, battles, transformations, forbidden zones, sacred fires, restless mountains, and places where the land is said to be alive. But beneath that symbolic language, real observations can survive. Where the ground opened, where heat came from the earth, where stones fell, where water changed, where smoke rose, where a path became unsafe, where a mountain's shape was altered, where the land must be respected because it has acted before and may act again. In Hawaii, traditions involving Pele, the volcano deity, are not simply dramatic stories about fire. Researchers have argued that some Pele and Hikiaka traditions preserve knowledge of major volcanic activity at Kilauea, including large lava flows and changes connected to the volcano's summit. To a geologist, lava movement, caldera formation, and eruption sequences are physical processes. To a cultural tradition, they may become acts of divine presence, conflict, pursuit, creation, and warning. The story does not reduce the volcano to a hazard. It makes the volcano a relative, a force with personality, memory, and consequence. That may sound strange from a modern distance, but it can create a powerful form of attention. If a volcano is treated as alive, people may remember its moods more carefully. They may respect old flows, vents, steaming ground, unstable slopes, and dangerous places not as random scenery, but as parts of a continuing relationship. In this sense, oral tradition can preserve geological memory by tying it to identity. A fact may be forgotten if it is only information, but a story tied to ancestry, ceremony, place names, and behavior can last because forgetting it would mean forgetting part of who you are. This is one of the reasons oral traditions can sometimes carry knowledge for astonishing lengths of time. They are not casual conversations passed loosely from person to person. In many cultures, important stories are controlled, performed, corrected, repeated in proper settings, connected to land, and reinforced by practice. The landscape itself becomes a memory device. A hill is not just a hill. It is the place where something happened. A crater is not just a hollow. It is a wound, a doorway, a warning, a birthplace, or a boundary. A black lava field is not just old stone. It is the cooled body of an event that once moved, burned, threatened, and remade the ground. When people walk through such places while hearing the stories, memory is anchored to what the eyes can see and the feet can feel. This is very different from memorizing a detached fact. It is memory with coordinates. And because geology often leaves visible scars, oral traditions can attach meaning to features that remain long after witnesses are gone. A strange rock formation may be explained as being transformed into stone. A line of cliffs may preserve memory of a collapse. Hot springs may be linked to underground forces. Unusual lakes, sinkholes, lava tubes, fault scarps, and boulder fields may become parts of narrative geography. Not every such story records a specific event, and we must be careful. Some are symbolic explanations of old landforms no human ever saw forming. Some are moral teachings using the land as language. Some are sacred histories that should not be stripped down into science alone. The respectful question is not, can we turn this story into data? The better question is, what kind of knowledge is this story protecting? And how should we listen without stealing its meaning? This is where oral tradition and geology can meet without one devouring the other. Geology can test physical evidence, ash layers, lava flows, tsunami deposits, landslide scars, lake sediments, drowned forests, impact structures, and changes in land level. Oral tradition can guide attention toward places, events, and relationships that written archives may have ignored. Together, they can sometimes reveal that a story remembered a real process, even if it remembered it in a language of spirit, kinship, or warning rather than in technical description. The most important thing is not to treat oral traditions as primitive guesses. Many are careful systems of environmental knowledge. They may encode when to avoid certain ground, which water is dangerous, where fire has traveled before, how animals behave before change, where ancestors experience disaster, or why certain places require restraint. They can preserve risk through meaning, and this may be more effective than a dry warning sign, because people often ignore information that has no emotional force. A story can make danger memorable enough to guide behavior. It can turn hazard into responsibility. It can tell a child, long before that child understands geology, that this place is not ordinary and must not be treated carelessly. There is something deeply moving about that. It means that human beings have always built bridges between memory and survival. Before a volcano observatory, there was a chant. Before a geological map, there was a place name. Before a warning system, there was an elder saying, "Listen to what happened here." And while modern science gives us extraordinary tools, it should not make us arrogant toward older ways of knowing. Instruments can measure, but they do not automatically create respect. Satellites can observe a volcano, but they do not teach a community what that volcano means in its history. Sensors can detect movement, but they do not replace inherited relationships with land. Oral geological memory reminds us that knowledge is strongest when it is not only accurate, but lived. It survives when it is sung, walked, feared, honored, corrected, and passed on with care. It survives when the land itself keeps prompting the story back into speech. So when you hear an old tradition about a mountain that burns, a lake that was born from violence, a stone field that once moved like fire, or a forbidden place where the earth is said to be restless, do not rush to call it fantasy, and do not flatten it into a simple scientific report. Let it be both more human and more complex than that. It may be geology remembered through culture. It may be disaster softened into teaching. It may be a community's way of saying that the earth is not a background beneath our lives, but an active presence with a memory longer than ours. And perhaps the deepest lesson is this: the land does not only keep records in layers of ash, stone, and sediment. Sometimes it keeps them in people, in voices, in warnings, in names, and in stories, repeated carefully enough that even after centuries pass, the ground can still speak. The collapse of Bronze Age networks. The Bronze Age did not collapse like a wall struck once. It collapsed more like a web snapping in several places until the whole pattern lost its shape. For centuries, the Eastern Mediterranean and Near Eastern world had been held together by connections that looked powerful from the outside. Palaces, ports, royal marriages, gift exchanges, tributes, scribes, merchants, armies, workshops, farms, ships, and long-distance routes carrying metals, grain, luxury goods, glass, ivory, textiles, and ideas. Kings wrote to other kings as brothers. Courts exchanged presents not only because they were generous, but because gifts were diplomacy made visible. A piece of copper from Cyprus, tin from far away, lapis from distant mountains, timber from foreign forests, or a decorated vessel from another court could carry political meaning as well as material value. This was not a simple ancient world of isolated kingdoms. It was a connected system, surprisingly international, and that is exactly why it was vulnerable. Bronze itself tells the story. To make good bronze, people needed copper and tin, but these resources were not evenly available. A workshop in one kingdom might depend on raw materials that had traveled through several regions, across sea lanes and overland routes, through the hands of traders, officials, and middlemen. If one link failed, the problem did not stay local. A shortage of tin could affect weapons, tools, prestige goods, and the political economy around them. A port destroyed in one region could disrupt supply in another. A drought in one land could increase migration, hunger, prices, and unrest elsewhere. A palace that lost control of storage and redistribution could lose the loyalty of the people who depended on it. This is why the collapse around the late 13th and early 12th centuries BCE is so haunting. It was not simply one enemy arriving and ending civilization. The older story often blamed the Sea Peoples, mysterious groups mentioned in Egyptian records, and attacks from the sea were real enough to terrify cities and leave traces in texts. But modern scholarship is more careful. Invasions and migrations were probably part of the crisis, not the whole cause. The system was already under pressure. Climate evidence points to episodes of drought in parts of the region, and a severe dry spell in central Anatolia around the time of the Hittite collapse may have pushed an already strained society toward failure. Drought does not have to destroy a kingdom by itself. It can weaken harvests, empty storage, force movement, raise tensions, and make rulers appear unable to protect the order they claim to maintain. Add earthquakes in some regions, internal rebellion, pressure on trade, shifting military threats, palace competition, and the fragility of specialized economies, and collapse begins to look less like a single disaster and more like a chain reaction. The great Hittite state in Anatolia vanished as an imperial power. Mycenaean palace centers in Greece were destroyed or abandoned. Ugarit, a wealthy city on the Syrian coast, fell and never recovered in the same way. Egypt survived but weakened. Some places burned, some shrank, some transformed, some adapted. That unevenness is important because collapse does not mean every person disappeared or every field went silent. Farmers still farmed, families still lived, local communities still survived, but the high-level network that had tied palaces, trade routes, scribal systems, elite exchange, and regional power together broke in ways that changed the world. Writing systems tied to palace bureaucracy declined in some areas. Long-distance luxury exchange became less stable. Political centers fragmented. People moved into smaller settlements. New powers and new cultural patterns eventually emerged from the wreckage, including Iron Age societies that would shape later history. But for those living through the transition, it may not have felt like a new age being born. It may have felt like letters no longer answered, ships no longer arriving, prices rising, soldiers moving, granaries failing, roads becoming dangerous, familiar authorities losing command, and rumors traveling faster than certainty. The Uluburun shipwreck, found off the coast of Turkey and dating before the collapse, gives us a frozen glimpse of the world before the web tore. Its cargo included raw materials and luxury goods from many regions, showing a sea of exchange where one ship could carry the fingerprints of multiple civilizations. That ship is almost the opposite of collapse. It is connection made visible, but that is what makes it so powerful. It shows what could be lost when routes failed. The collapse of Bronze Age networks teaches that complexity is not the same as strength. Sometimes complexity creates dependence, A simple village may endure a shock because it relies mainly on nearby resources. A palace economy connected to distant mines, foreign merchants, specialized crafts, and political alliances can achieve far more, but it can also fail in more complicated ways. When one part trembles, the vibration travels. When several parts tremble at once, the system may no longer recover. This is why the Bronze Age collapse feels strangely modern. We too live inside networks so large they become invisible. Food supply chains, energy grids, shipping routes, financial systems, digital platforms, rare minerals, political alliances, climate stability, and public trust. Like the late Bronze Age world, we often mistake connection for security. We assume that because goods arrive every day, they will keep arriving. We assume that because institutions work today, they will absorb tomorrow's shock. But history whispers otherwise. Systems do not only break when they are weak. Sometimes they break because they are too tightly interdependent, too specialized, too confident that yesterday's routes will remain open. The lesson is not that collapse is inevitable. It is that resilience matters more than appearance. A shining palace can be fragile if it depends on 1,000 unseen flows. A wealthy port can be vulnerable if the ships stop. A kingdom can look eternal until rain fails. Allies vanish, enemies move, workers rebel, and the metal needed for power becomes difficult to obtain. And yet, the end of the Bronze Age was not only an ending, it was also a brutal transformation. Out of broken palace worlds came new societies, new routes, new scripts, new political forms, and new kinds of adaptation. The web tore, but human life did not stop weaving. That may be the deepest truth inside this ancient collapse. Civilizations are not immortal structures. They are agreements under pressure. They survive when enough people, resources, beliefs, and systems continue to hold together. They fail when too many threads snap too close together. And when you look back at the Bronze Age, with its royal letters, glittering trade, loaded ships, hungry cities, weakened kingdoms, and burning palaces, the real question is not only why they fell, it is whether any connected world can learn to see its own fragility before the web begins to break. How climate shaped civilizations. Climate does not rule civilizations like a king, but it quietly decides what kinds of kingdoms are possible. Before any city raises walls, before any ruler claims divine favor, before any road, temple, market, or written law begins to feel permanent, there is a deeper negotiation already happening between people and the environment around them. Rain arrives or fails, rivers flood gently or violently, soils stay rich or slowly tire, forests hold moisture or vanish under axes, winds shift, drought lasts one season, then two, then long enough to change what people believe the future is allowed to be. This is how climate shapes civilizations, not as a simple switch that makes societies rise or fall, but as a pressure that pushes human choices into certain paths. It can encourage cooperation, force invention, reward planning, expose inequality, strengthen rulers, weaken rulers, and turn ordinary survival into a political problem. The ancient world was not a passive stage where humans acted alone. It was a living landscape of limits and opportunities. In Egypt, the Nile gave one of history's clearest examples of climate becoming order. The river's seasonal flood brought water and fertile silt to a desert country, making agriculture possible in a narrow green corridor surrounded by dryness. This did not mean Egyptian life was easy or automatically stable, but it did mean the rhythm of the river helped shape a civilization that could imagine time as renewal. When the flood behaved well, fields could feed people, labor could be organized, temples could be supported, and the state could present itself as part of cosmic balance. The environment did not create Egyptian culture by itself, but it gave that culture a powerful structure. A river that returned, a desert that protected, and a landscape that made centralized coordination useful. In Mesopotamia, the story was different. The Tigris and Euphrates also made farming possible, but their floods were less predictable. Their channels shifted, and irrigation required constant maintenance. Here, climate and water did not simply offer abundance. They demanded management, Canals had to be dug, cleaned, defended, and organized. Fields could produce surplus, but irrigation also carried risks, including soil salinization in some areas when salts accumulated over time and reduced crop yields. This is a crucial lesson. Civilization often grows from solving environmental problems, but the solutions can create new problems of their own. A canal is not only a tool, it is a social agreement. It requires workers, rules, authority, timing, and trust. Whoever controls water can become powerful, and whoever loses access to water can become vulnerable. Climate, in this sense, does not merely shape crops. It shapes hierarchy. It asks societies who decides, who works, who eats, who pays, and who is blamed when the rains do not come. Across the world, rainfall patterns could guide entirely different political worlds. In the Maya lowlands, cities flourished in environments where water management was often essential, because seasonal rainfall and porous limestone landscapes made storing and controlling water a serious challenge. Reservoir, aguadas, terraces, canals, and careful landscape use helped communities thrive for long periods. But paleoclimate studies have also linked episodes of severe drought to times of stress in parts of the Maya world, especially during the long and complex transformations of the Classic period. This does not mean drought destroyed the Maya in a simple way. Maya peoples did not disappear, and many communities adapted, migrated, reorganized, or continued in new forms. The more truthful and more interesting point is that climate stress can expose weaknesses already present in a society. If elites promise order and rain fails, their legitimacy may suffer. If cities depend on stored water and drought becomes prolonged, conflict may intensify. If farmers face repeated crop failure, people may move, resist, or abandon centers that no longer protect them. Climate becomes dangerous not only because it changes the environment, but because it changes the meaning of authority. Angkor, the Great Khmer urban complex in Cambodia, offers another powerful example. It was supported by an enormous water management system of reservoirs, canals, embankments, and channels that helped organize water in a monsoon environment. For centuries, that system helped sustain urban life, agriculture, ritual landscapes, and royal power. But monsoon variability, including periods of drought and intense rainfall, appears to have placed stress on parts of the hydraulic network. When a system grows very large, its strength can become its vulnerability. Water control can build a civilization, but maintaining control over water at huge scale requires constant repair, coordination, and adaptation. A canal that once carried life can become damaged by flood. A reservoir that once stored security can silt up or fail to meet new pressures. Again, climate does not act alone. Politics, economy, religion, conflict, and leadership all matter. But climate can test whether a society's infrastructure is flexible or brittle. It can ask a civilization the same question again and again. Can you change without breaking? Far to the north, Norse Greenland shows a different kind of climate lesson, one about cultural choices at the edge of habitability. Norse settlers lived there for centuries, raising livestock, hunting, trading, building churches, and maintaining connections with Europe. But their world was vulnerable to cooling conditions, sea ice changes, shifting trade, soil erosion, isolation, and social pressures. The end of Norse settlement in Greenland was not caused by climate alone, but climate made an already difficult life harder. It affected pastures, travel, food security, and connection to wider networks. What makes this example especially thought-provoking is that humans do not respond to climate as blank organisms. They respond through culture. What foods are acceptable? What identities must be preserved? What social habits feel non-negotiable? What technologies are adopted or ignored? The environment may pressure a community, but culture decides how that pressure is interpreted. Sometimes adaptation requires not only new tools, but new pride, new diets, new relationships, new humility. A society can be intelligent and still struggle to change, if change feels like losing itself. This is one of the deepest ways climate shapes civilization. It does not only alter material life, it challenges identity. The same pattern appears in smaller, quieter ways everywhere. Mountain communities build terraces because slopes demand it. Desert societies become experts in wells, oases, shade, and seasonal movement. Monsoon regions develop calendars, rituals, and crops around wet and dry cycles. Coastal peoples learn tides, storms, and salt. Steppe societies build mobility into their way of life because grasslands reward movement more than fixed fields. Forest cultures learn the timing of plants, animals, and rivers. In each case, climate becomes a teacher, but not always a gentle one. It teaches through reward and punishment. Plant at the wrong time and hunger follows. Cut too much forest, and soil may wash away. Depend on one crop, and a dry year becomes catastrophe. Build in a floodplain, and abundance comes with risk. Ignore slow change, and one generation's convenience becomes another generation's crisis. This is why ancient climate history feels so relevant now. It reminds us that civilizations are ecological arrangements, not just political ones. A city is also a water system. A kingdom is also a food system. A monument is also a surplus system. A religion may carry seasonal memory. A law may protect irrigation. A tax may depend on harvest. A palace may stand on rainfall it cannot command. When the environment shifts, all these human structures feel the pressure. And yet, climate should never be used to erase human agency. People are not puppets of weather. They adapt, invent, migrate, store, trade, prey, engineer, negotiate, fight, and rebuild. Some societies become more resilient because of environmental stress. They diversify crops, share risk, create storage systems, develop seasonal mobility, or build institutions that can respond to uncertainty. Others become more fragile because power concentrates too tightly, inequality grows too deep, or leaders refuse to admit that old methods no longer fit new conditions. Climate does not write history alone, but it edits every page. It sets the margins. It changes the cost of mistakes. It turns patience into survival. Perhaps the most important lesson is that stability is often something people mistake for normality. A few good generations can make a society believe the river will always behave, the rain will always come, the soil will always give, the sea will always stay where memory placed it. But climate has never been a promise. It is a moving relationship. Ancient civilizations knew this in ways we often forget, because they felt environmental change directly in the body. In empty granaries, cracked fields, thin animals, crowded wells, failed floods, delayed rains, and anxious skies, their responses built calendars, irrigation works, storage systems, rituals, migrations, laws, and sometimes empires. Their failures left abandoned centers, broken canals, changed diets, and stories of hunger or divine anger. So when you ask how climate shaped civilizations, do not imagine weather as background. Ancient calendars and long-term timekeeping. A calendar is what happens when a civilization refuses to let time pass unnamed. It is easy to think of ancient calendars as simple tools for counting days, but they were far more than that. They were agreements about reality. They told people when a year began, when a debt was due, when a field should be planted, when a god should be honored, when a ruler's reign should be remembered, when a festival returned, when a dangerous season was near, and when an event belonged not only to one life, but to a longer order. A clock measures a moment, but a calendar builds a world around many moments. That is why ancient calendars mattered so deeply. They were not just practical schedules. They were cultural architecture. They turned the uncertain flow of days into a structure people could live inside. But making a calendar was never as easy as watching the year go by. Nature does not hand humans one perfect cycle. The moon changes in one rhythm. The seasons return in another. The sun's yearly path does not fit neatly into a simple string of lunar months. And human life demands order even when the heavens refuse to be tidy. This is the central challenge of long-term timekeeping. How do you make different cycles speak to each other without drifting too far from the world they are meant to describe? Ancient societies answered that question in different ways. The Egyptian civil calendar used 12 months of 30 days, followed by 5 extra days, making a 365-day year. It was elegant, regular, and useful for administration. But because it did not originally add a leap day, it slowly drifted against the true solar year. This meant that over long stretches of time, calendar dates moved through the seasons. To a modern mind, that may sound like a flaw, but to an ancient state, regularity itself had power. A predictable calendar could organize taxes, labor, records, and rituals, even if it slowly shifted against the sky. It shows us that calendars are never only about accuracy. They are also about what a society needs time to do. In Babylon, the problem was handled differently. Their calendar followed lunar months, but a purely lunar year is shorter than the seasonal year, so months would slide away from the agricultural seasons unless corrected. The solution was to add an extra month from time to time, a practice called intercalation. This was not a small technical detail. It meant someone had authority over time. Declaring an extra month affected contracts, festivals, rents, work, and religious observance. The sky created the problem, but society had to decide the correction. In that sense, calendar making became a political act. Whoever regulated the calendar helped regulate the rhythm of public life. You can feel the weight of this when you imagine a farmer, a priest, a merchant, and a ruler all depending on the same sequence of named days, yet needing that sequence to remain connected to the seasons. If the calendar fails, planting can be mistimed, festivals can lose their seasonal meaning, and records can become confused. Timekeeping then was not abstract. It was food, law, worship, memory, and power held together by counting. The Maya developed another deeply layered approach. Their calendar system included a 260-day ritual cycle and a 365-day solar cycle, which combined into what is called the calendar round, repeating after about 52 years. That is already a remarkable way of interweaving different kinds of time. Sacred time and solar time moving together like two wheels, returning to the same combination only after a span long enough to mark a human life. But for dates beyond that cycle, the Maya used the long count, a system that allowed events to be placed across much longer stretches of history and mythic time. This was not simply a calendar for knowing when tomorrow arrives. It was a way of locating human events inside vast duration. A king's accession, a dedication, a ceremony, a remembered origin, a future expectation, all could be anchored in a count that reached far beyond one generation. This is what long-term timekeeping does at its most profound. It lets a society tell itself, we are not floating, we are placed. A date becomes more than a label. It becomes a coordinate in memory. It tells people that an event has a location in the invisible landscape of time, and once a society can do that, history becomes stronger. Records can be compared, anniversaries can return, dynasties can claim continuity, prophecies can be structured, rituals can be repeated with authority, but calendars also reveal anxiety. Why do human beings need to count so carefully? Because time erases, seasons return, but people do not. A child becomes an elder, a ruler becomes an ancestor, a harvest becomes storage, then hunger, then memory. Without calendars, events can blur. With calendars, a society can resist that blur. It can say, this happened then, this returns now, this must be remembered later. Yet every calendar is also a compromise with the universe. It tries to press living cycles into human order, and something always resists. Leap days, extra months, ritual cycles, drifting seasons, corrected years, royal reforms, priestly calculations. All of these are signs of the same struggle. The sky is regular enough to trust, but not simple enough to obey without adjustment. That is one reason calendars became sacred in many cultures. They dealt with the border between human rule and cosmic rhythm. They suggested that time had meaning, but also that meaning required care. A neglected calendar could become a broken relationship between society and the world. A corrected calendar could feel like restoring balance. This is why calendar reforms could be controversial, powerful, and deeply symbolic. Changing the calendar is not only changing numbers. It changes birthdays, festivals, obligations, anniversaries, sacred days, and the emotional map of the year. It tells people that the structure of their lives has been renamed. Ancient calendars also remind us that long-term timekeeping depends on trust across generations. The person who observes a pattern may not live to see its full return. The person who writes a date may be writing for readers not yet born. The person who adds an extra month may be protecting a seasonal rhythm that future farmers will inherit without knowing who saved it. Timekeeping is therefore an act of faith in continuity. It assumes that tomorrow's people will care about today's count. It assumes that memory deserves a system. And perhaps that is why ancient calendars feel so haunting. They were built by people as mortal as we are, but they try to speak in durations longer than a human body can hold. They watch the moon return, the sun cycle, the seasons shift. Rulers rise and die, cities change, and still they made tables, inscriptions, names, ceremonies, and counts that said, "The world moves, but we can mark its movement." The deeper lesson is not that ancient calendars were perfect. They were not. Some drifted. Some required correction. Some served political authority as much as truth. Some mixed observation with belief in ways modern science would separate, but they reveal a form of intelligence that is easy to underestimate: the intelligence of continuity. Ancient people learned that if you want a civilization to last, you must teach it how to remember beyond the present moment. You must give it a year, a cycle, a return, a long count, a way to place grief and celebration into order. And when you look at your own calendar now, filled with reminders, deadlines, holidays, and numbered days, you are still living inside that ancient desire. You are still trying to make time legible. You are still asking the same quiet question people asked thousands of years ago. How do we hold on to meaning when everything is moving? Ice Age art and symbolic thought. A painted animal on a cave wall is not just an image. It is proof that a mind once stepped outside the present moment and tried to leave thought behind. During the Ice Age, when much of the world was colder, harsher, and more dangerous than anything most people experience today, human beings were not only hunting, gathering, making tools, following herds, and surviving the pressure of weather and hunger. They were also creating symbols. They were entering dark caves with pigments, shaping ivory and bone into figures, making beads from shells and teeth, marking objects with repeated signs, and turning parts of the visible world into something that could carry invisible meaning. This is what makes Ice Age art so important. It shows that early humans were not merely reacting to life, they were interpreting it. They could look at an animal and see not only meat, danger, movement, or survival, but memory, power, story, identity, and perhaps spirit. In places like Chauvet and Lascaux in France, Altamira in Spain, and the caves of Sulawesi in Indonesia, ancient artists painted and engraved animals with a sensitivity that still feels alive. Horses with rounded bodies, lions with tension in their movement, bison that seem to carry weight, pigs and human-like figures arranged in scenes that may suggest storytelling. These images were not random scratches made in boredom. Many required planning, pigment preparation, careful placement, and knowledge of animal form. Some were made deep inside caves, where there was no daylight, where a person had to bring fire, move through darkness, and choose a wall that may already have suggested shapes through its cracks, curves, and shadows. That setting matters. A cave is not like an open canvas. It changes the way sound moves, the way light flickers, the way the body feels. When firelight trembled across a painted animal, the image may have seemed to breathe or shift. The wall was not passive. It became part of the work. And although we cannot know exactly what every image meant, we can say something with confidence. These people were using art to think beyond the immediate world. They were making absence present. They were giving shape to things remembered, feared, desired, taught, or believed. Symbolic thought is the ability to let one thing stand for another. A mark can stand for a person. A handprint can stand for presence. A carved figure can stand for a being no one has ever seen. A repeated sign can belong to a group, a memory, a ritual, or a system of meaning that no longer survives. This ability may seem ordinary now because we live surrounded by symbols, but in human history it changed everything. Without symbolic thought, there is no writing, no law, no money, no flag, no religious image, no map, no story that can travel beyond the speaker, no shared identity larger than the people in front of you. Ice Age art shows that the roots of this symbolic world reach far deeper than cities or farming. The Lion Man figurine from Germany, carved from mammoth ivory, is especially striking because it combines a human body with a lion's head. That kind of figure does not simply copy nature. It imagines something nature does not offer in ordinary form. It blends categories. It asks the mind to accept a being that is partly human, partly animal, perhaps belonging to myth, ritual, transformation, or supernatural imagination. To create such a figure, someone had to hold an impossible image in the mind long enough to carve it into matter. That is not a small act. It means the Ice Age mind could move between the real and the imagined with intention. It could create beings that lived not in the forest, but in shared thought. And portable art shows another side of this world. Small figurines, decorated tools, pendants, beads, and carved objects could move with people. Unlike cave paintings fixed to one place, portable objects could travel across landscapes, be worn on the body, exchanged, inherited, held, lost, or buried. A bead is not just decoration when it marks belonging. A pendant is not just an ornament when it carries memory. A carved object is not just a shape when it tells others something about who you are, what you believe, or which group recognizes you. In a world without written identity documents, symbols on the body and objects in the hand could carry social meaning. They could say, I belong, I remember, I have seen, I am connected. This is why Ice Age art should not be treated as a luxury that appeared after survival was solved. It may have been part of survival itself. Shared symbols help groups stay together. Stories teach children what matters. Images can preserve knowledge about animals. Ritual can reduce fear. Beauty can make suffering bearable. Meaning can hold a community when the environment is uncertain. Art did not wait for comfort. It appeared in cold, dangerous, demanding worlds because humans needed more than food to remain human. They needed connection, memory, teaching, identity, and ways to face the unknown. But we must also be careful not to force modern meanings onto ancient marks. A painted horse may not mean what we want it to mean. A hand stencil may not be a signature in the modern sense. A pattern of dots may not be a simple count. A female figurine may not have one universal meaning across all sites and times. Ice Age art is not one language with one translation. It is many traditions across enormous distances and thousands of years. Some images may relate to hunting, some to ritual, some to social identity, some to storytelling, some to teaching, some to altered states of consciousness, and some to meanings we will never recover. This uncertainty does not weaken the art. It makes it more honest. The past is not a locked box waiting for one perfect key. It is a broken conversation, and every surviving image is a sentence we can partly hear but not fully complete. Still, even with all that mystery, the emotional truth is unmistakable. Someone stood where you stand now in imagination. Someone wanted a thought to remain. Someone pressed pigment against stone, carved ivory with care, shaped symbols from material, and trusted that a mark could matter. That is the bridge between their world and ours. We still live through symbols. We still take pictures to stop time from swallowing a moment. We still wear signs of belonging. We still turn fear into stories and grief into objects. We still make art because the world is too large to keep inside the body. Ice Age art reminds you that symbolic thought is not a decorative extra attached to human life. It is one of the deepest engines of humanity. It allowed us to carry memory beyond the moment, to imagine beings beyond the visible, to teach what was absent, to bind groups through shared meaning, and to place inner life onto the outer world. Long before written words, long before cities, long before monuments of kings, the human mind was already making doors in stone and bone. And when you look at those ancient animals, hands, signs, and impossible beings, you are not looking at primitive attempts at art. You are looking at consciousness becoming visible for the first time, quietly saying across tens of thousands of years, we were here, we saw, we feared, we imagined, and we needed meaning badly enough to leave it on the wall. The human need to encode meaning in stone. The moment a human cuts meaning into stone, time stops being only something that passes and becomes something that can be challenged. This is the deep force behind humanity's need to encode meaning in stone. The fear that memory is too soft, that voices vanish too easily, that bodies disappear too quickly, that even the strongest promise can dissolve if it is held only in breath. Stone offered something different. It was hard, slow, resistant, difficult to move, difficult to erase, and therefore almost perfect for the things people wanted future eyes to take seriously. A mark on skin fades, a spoken story changes with every mouth, a wooden object burns, cloth decays, clay can break, paper can rot, but stone gives meaning a heavier body. It allows a community to say, "This mattered enough to wound the earth with it." And that is what makes ancient carved stone so powerful. It was not just communication, it was commitment. When people raised carved pillars at Göbekli Tepe, they were not leaving casual decoration behind. Those T-shaped limestone forms, many bearing reliefs of animals and human-like details, suggest that long before later cities and kingdoms, people were already gathering around shaped stone to express a world of ritual, identity, danger, memory, and shared imagination. We cannot honestly translate every symbol there. We do not know exactly what each fox, snake, bird, belt, arm, or abstract shape meant to the people who carved it. But we can see that the act itself required more than survival. It required cooperation, planning, symbolic thought, and the belief that meaning deserved a permanent place. That is one of the oldest lessons stone teaches. People do not carve what they consider meaningless. They carve what they need others to return to. In later civilizations, stone became even more directly tied to authority. A ruler could speak, but speech needed witnesses. A decree carved into stone could stand in public after the ruler walked away. The basalt stela associated with Hammurabi shows this clearly. It did not function like a modern legal book available to every household, but it turned royal justice, divine approval, and social order into a visible monument. The laws or judgments were not floating rumors. They were fixed into a surface taller than a person, placed where authority could be seen and felt. That matters because stone changes the emotional weight of a message. When a rule is carved into hard material, it feels less like a temporary command and more like an order that wants to outlive argument. The stone does not prove justice by itself, of course. Power can carve lies as easily as truth. A monument can preserve control as well as wisdom. But that tension is part of the story. Stone is never neutral once humans choose what to place on it. It remembers selectively. It gives permanence to some voices and silence to others. A king's name may survive while the workers who lifted the monument disappear. A victory inscription may remain while the defeated people's grief is lost. A sacred symbol may still be visible after the ritual around it has vanished. Stone can preserve memory, but it can also preserve inequality. It can protect meaning, but it can also freeze one version of meaning so hard that other versions struggle to survive. This is why ancient stone messages must be approached with both wonder and caution. They are not simply windows into the past. They are also acts of persuasion from the past. The Rosetta Stone is a perfect example of how a carved object can become something different from what its makers intended. It was created as a decree, written in multiple scripts for a specific political and priestly world. But centuries later, because the same message appeared in hieroglyphs, Demotic, and Greek, it helped modern scholars unlock Egyptian writing. A stone meant to speak to one ancient society ended up giving a later world access to thousands of other voices. That is the strange afterlife of stone. Once meaning is placed into it, no one fully controls who will read it later, or what new questions they will bring. A public decree can become a key. A tomb inscription can become evidence. A boundary marker can become a historical witness. A sacred carving can become an archaeological puzzle. A memorial can become the last trace of a name otherwise erased from time. And beyond kings, priests, and states, stone serves something more intimate. The human need to give grief a location. A grave marker does not bring the dead back, but it changes absence into a place where the living can return. It says that this life was not only a passing biological event, It belonged somewhere. It touched others. It deserves a mark. This is why stones appear in cemeteries, cairns, tombs, and memorial landscapes across so many cultures. They help memory stand when the mourner cannot. They let sorrow become visible without needing to be spoken every day. Even a simple stone placed over a burial can carry a profound message. Do not let this person become nothing. Boundary stones carried another kind of meaning. They made invisible agreements visible. A line between fields, a sacred limit, a territorial claim, a warning, a route, a promise, a curse against moving the marker. All of these could be placed into stone because stone could remain when witnesses died. In that sense, stone became a social technology. It helped stabilize memory, property, law, identity, worship, and power in a world where human recall was fragile. But the most haunting thing is that stone does not preserve meaning perfectly. It preserves the mark, not always the mind behind it. The carving remains, but the voice explaining it may be gone. The monument stands, but the ceremony may be lost. The inscription survives, but the ordinary people who lived beneath its authority may remain silent. This is why ancient stones feel both generous and cruel. They give us evidence, but they also remind us of everything evidence cannot restore. They let the past speak, but often in fragments. They outlive the human body, but not always the human context. And maybe that is what makes them so moving. Stone is humanity's oldest argument against forgetting, but it is also proof that forgetting still wins part of the battle. We carve because we know we will vanish. We raise monuments because we know memory needs help. We mark borders because agreements are fragile. We inscribe laws because authority wants permanence. We mark graves because love cannot accept total disappearance. We carve gods, animals, names, victories, warnings, calendars, prayers, and decrees because meaning feels too important to trust only to the air. In the end, the human need to encode meaning in stone is not really about stone at all. It is about mortality. It is about the ache of knowing that a life can end, a city can fall, a language can die, and a story can be forgotten unless something harder than flesh is asked to carry it. Stone became that carrier. Not perfect, not innocent, not complete, but enduring enough to make the future stop and look. And when you stand before an ancient carved stone, you are standing before someone's refusal to disappear quietly. You may not know their name. You may not share their world. You may not understand every sign they left, but you understand the desire beneath it, because it is still inside us. The desire to leave a mark strong enough that time has to answer why writing appeared in different places. Writing appeared in different places because human memory kept reaching its limit. Long before anyone imagined a book, a library, a signature, or a history written for strangers centuries later, people were already facing a problem that spoken language alone could not solve. Too much life had to be remembered with too much accuracy. Grain moved from fields into storage. Animals belonged to different households. Workers owed days of labor. Offerings had to reach temples. Traders carried goods across distance. Rulers needed names, counts, duties, victories, and claims to survive beyond a single conversation. A person could say, "I gave you this," but speech fades. A witness could confirm an agreement, but witnesses die. A memory could hold a number for a while, but numbers become slippery when wealth, food, land, and power depend on them. So in several parts of the world, under different conditions, humans began giving speech and memory a second body. They made marks that could wait. They created signs that did not need the original speaker to remain alive. In Mesopotamia, one of the clearest roads toward writing began through accounting and administration. Clay tokens, seals, and impressed marks helped people track goods before writing became a fuller system for representing language. This origin may sound humble, even boring, but it is one of the most profound transformations in human history. A mark first made to count sheep or jars of oil eventually opened the door to laws, hymns, royal inscriptions, school exercises, medical texts, letters, myths, and literature. That is the strange destiny of writing. It can begin as bureaucracy and become civilization's memory. In Egypt, writing developed very early in a world where kingship, sacred imagery, tombs, names, offerings, and administration were deeply connected. Hieroglyphic writing was not simply a practical code. It was visual, ceremonial, and powerful. Signs could decorate a temple wall, protect a name, praise a ruler, accompany the dead, and organize the living world. A written name could help preserve presence. A carved formula could participate in belief. In that sense, Egyptian writing shows that writing did not appear only because people needed receipts. It also appeared because people wanted words to have force beyond the spoken moment. In China, the earliest mature writing we can read appears on Shang oracle bones, where royal questions were carved onto turtle shells or animal bones before divination. These inscriptions asked about harvests, illness, childbirth, war, weather, ancestors, and decisions of state. Here, writing was linked to uncertainty. It gave questions a durable shape. It recorded the relationship between kings, ancestors, and the unseen powers believed to influence life. That is a very different doorway into writing than Mesopotamian accounting. Yet it reveals the same deep need. Human beings wanted important speech to stop vanishing. In Mesoamerica, writing developed independently as well, eventually reaching great sophistication in systems such as Maya writing, where glyphs could record names, titles, dates, dynastic events, places, rituals, and political history. Maya inscriptions did not merely decorate monuments. They placed rulers and ceremonies inside time. They allowed events to become public memory, tied to calendars, lineage, and sacred authority. This is why writing appeared in different places, because different societies asked marks to solve different problems. One society needed to count goods, another needed to preserve names for eternity, another needed to question ancestors, another needed to anchor kings and rituals in long spans of time. Writing was never just one invention with one purpose. It was a family of answers to the same pressure. Memory was becoming too important to leave entirely inside the body. But once writing appeared, it changed more than record keeping. It changed how people thought about authority. A spoken command can be challenged by asking, who heard it? A written command can be carried, copied, stored, and shown again. A ruler who writes can speak beyond the room. A temple that records offerings can control resources more precisely. A merchant who marks a transaction can create proof. A society that keeps records can build institutions larger than personal trust. This made writing powerful, but not automatically democratic. In many ancient societies, only a small group could read and write. Scribes became specialists, and writing could create new hierarchies. The person who controlled marks could control memory. The archive could become as important as the storeroom. A written list could decide who received food, who owed labor, who owned land, who had status, and who disappeared from official attention. Writing preserved more than speech could, but it did not preserve everyone equally. That is the shadow behind its brilliance. The first written records often tell us what institutions cared about, not everything that people felt. They show kings more clearly than farmers, temples more clearly than children, taxes more clearly than private grief. And yet, through cracks in those official records, humanity still appears. A student's practice tablet, a complaint letter, a personal name, a prayer, a receipt, a small note of obligation. These fragments suddenly make the ancient world feel close. Writing allows the dead to interrupt silence. It lets a mind cross a distance it could never walk. It makes a voice wait for another mind to wake it. This is so ordinary to us now that we forget how strange it is. You look at marks on a surface, and meaning rises inside you. Someone absent becomes present. Someone dead becomes readable. Someone far away enters your thoughts without touching you. That transformation is one of the foundations of civilization, but it is also one of the deepest mysteries of being human. Writing appeared in different places because human societies were becoming too complex, too layered, too ambitious, and too anxious about forgetting. But it endured because it did something even greater than store information. It made time porous. It allowed one generation to speak to another, allowed rules to outlive rulers, allowed stories to travel without the storyteller, allowed memory to detach from breath and survive in clay, bone, bark, stone, paper, and eventually light. The earliest writers were not simply inventing symbols. They were changing the shape of absence. They were teaching memory to stand outside the skull. And every time you read any word, even now, you are taking part in that ancient miracle. The human refusal to let meaning die the moment the voice stops. The first cities and social complexity. The first cities began when human life became too large to fit inside the old circle of familiar faces. Before that shift, most people lived in smaller communities where trust could be carried by memory, where a promise belonged to someone you knew, where food, work, marriage, conflict, and care were often held together by kinship and direct relationships. But when settlements grew, something invisible changed. A person could wake up near strangers, eat grain stored by people they had never met, pass a workshop making goods for distant households, hear decisions made by leaders beyond personal reach, and still be part of one shared place. That is what made the first cities so revolutionary. They were not just clusters of houses. They were new social worlds, dense enough to create opportunity and pressure at the same time. Places like Uruk in Mesopotamia show how a settlement could become a center of craft, trade, administration, ritual, and public authority. But the deeper story is not only about size, it is about coordination. A city needs food arriving from fields beyond its streets. It needs storage, distribution, specialists, builders, potters, textile workers, traders, guards, religious officials, healers, servants, laborers, and people whose daily work supports people they may never personally know. In a small village, many tasks can be shared by most households. In a city, work begins to divide. Some people make tools all day. Some manage records. Some carry water. Some build walls. Some prepare offerings. Some move goods. Some command, some obey. This division of labor can make society more creative because people gain time to master specific skills. But it can also make society more unequal because not every role brings the same power, safety, or honor. Social complexity is born from that tension. It gives humans the ability to build larger things than any family could build alone, but it also creates systems that can place one person above another. Early cities also changed the meaning of space. A street is not just a path when many people must share it. A gate is not just an opening when it controls movement. A public building is not just a room when it gathers authority. A market is not just exchange when it becomes the place where strangers learn to trust measures, prices, weights, and rules. A temple, palace, or ceremonial platform can make power visible without saying a word. It tells the crowd that some places are more important than others, that some actions must happen in public, that some people stand closer to the sacred or political center. This is one reason cities feel so different from villages. They organize the eye. They teach people where to look, where to gather, where to wait, where to bring offerings, where to receive orders, where to trade, and where not to enter. The built environment becomes a quiet teacher of social hierarchy, but early cities were not all the same. Çatalhöyük in Anatolia, much earlier than the great Mesopotamian city-states, shows a dense settlement without the same clear streets and monumental political architecture one might expect from later urban life. Houses were tightly packed, and people moved across rooftops, with daily life, burial, ritual, and domestic space woven together in ways that challenge simple definitions of city. That reminds us that urbanism did not arrive in one perfect form. Some early large settlements grew through household networks. Others grew around temples, trade, water management, or political authority. Jericho, with its long history of occupation and early defensive or communal architecture, shows that living together in concentrated places began long before many classic features of later civilization fully developed. Tel Brak in northern Mesopotamia suggests that urban growth could emerge through neighborhood expansion and regional interaction, not only through one central plan. The first cities then were experiments. Some were tightly managed, some were more organic, some lasted, some transformed, some failed, but all of them asked the same difficult question: How can many people live together without dissolving into conflict? The answers were never only architectural. They were social technologies, shared rituals, stored food, ranked roles, seals, records, standards, walls, roads, kin groups, labor systems, and stories that told people why the place mattered. A city must persuade people to stay inside its demands. It must convince them that the benefits of belonging are worth the loss of older freedoms. Because city life brings both protection and exposure. It can shelter you behind walls, but it can also place you under surveillance. It can offer markets, skilled goods, and collective defense, but it can also bring crowding, disease, fire, waste, noise, conflict, and dependence on systems too large for one household to control. In a village, hunger may be local. In a city, hunger can become administrative failure. In a village, a dispute may involve families. In a city, disputes may require officials, rules, punishments, or public order. The larger the settlement becomes, the more human life depends on invisible organization. That is perhaps the most important lesson of the first cities. Complexity is not a monument. It is a condition of dependence. People become linked through tasks they do not see. The baker depends on the farmer on the canal worker on the organizer on the record keeper on the institution that gives the record meaning. The city turns survival into a chain. When the chain holds, life can flourish in extraordinary ways. Art develops, trade expands, skills deepen, ideas move faster, rituals become grander. Children grow up surrounded by more kinds of people, goods, sounds, and possibilities than a small settlement could offer. But when the chain breaks, the same complexity becomes danger. A failed harvest, damaged water system, corrupt leadership, blocked trade route, disease outbreak, or social unrest can ripple through the whole urban body. The first cities were therefore both powerful and fragile, like living organisms made of human decisions. They created new forms of identity too. People were no longer only members of a family or village. They could belong to a city. That belonging could create pride, loyalty, rivalry, and memory. A city could have its own gods, festivals, walls, founding stories, burial places, workshops, and reputation. It could become a character in people's minds, something larger than the individuals inside it. And maybe this is why cities have always felt almost alive. They breathe through crowds. They remember through ruins. They dream through buildings. They feed on movement. They turn strangers into neighbors and neighbors into systems. The first cities did not simply mark the beginning of civilization as a clean triumph. They marked the beginning of a human bargain we still live with today. We gained scale, specialization, public memory, trade, architecture, administration, and shared power, but we also gained inequality, anonymity, bureaucracy, crowding, and dependence on structures we cannot fully see. To understand the first cities is to understand that civilization began not when humans became better than nature, but when humans became deeply dependent on one another in new and complicated ways. The real mystery is not how mud bricks became streets, or how streets became districts, or how districts became cities. The real mystery is how people learned to live among strangers and still imagine a shared world. And every modern city, no matter how bright, fast, and technological, still carries that ancient question under its noise. How many invisible agreements must hold together for ordinary life to feel normal? Ancient medicine, insight mixed with myth. Ancient medicine began in the most human place possible, beside a suffering body where fear demanded an answer before certainty had arrived. Long before microscopes, antibiotics, anesthesia, germ theory, blood tests, or modern surgery, people still bled, broke bones, gave birth, developed fevers, suffered infections, lost teeth, felt pain, survived wounds, and watched loved ones decline without knowing why. In that world, healing could not wait for perfect knowledge. It had to begin with what was available: touch, plants, oils, honey, bandages, splints, heat, cold, rest, prayer, ritual, observation, trial, memory, and the authority of people who had seen many bodies fail and recover. This is why ancient medicine was such a strange mixture of insight and myth. It was not pure superstition, and it was not modern science in early costume. It was a living attempt to make sense of the body with the tools, beliefs, and evidence people had. Sometimes ancient healers were impressively practical. They cleaned wounds, set fractures, described injuries, used herbal preparations, performed operations, developed ethical rules, and noticed patterns between diet, environment, lifestyle, and disease. Sometimes they were deeply wrong, blaming illness on spirits, imbalance understood in symbolic terms, divine punishment, curses, polluted forces, or invisible powers that could not be tested. But to dismiss them as foolish would be unfair. They were working at the edge of darkness, trying to turn pain into something treatable. The Egyptian Edwin Smith papyrus shows one of the clearest examples of practical ancient medicine. Unlike many magical texts, it presents injuries in a careful case-by-case structure, describing examination, diagnosis, treatment, and prognosis. A physician might inspect a wound, ask what the patient could feel, judge whether a case was treatable, uncertain, or beyond help, and then apply bandaging or other care. That kind of thinking matters because it shows a mind looking at the body as a physical reality, not only as a battlefield of spirits. Yet Egyptian medicine also included texts like the Ebers Papyrus, where remedies and incantations appear together. To us, that combination may seem contradictory, but in the ancient world it made sense. If you did not know bacteria existed, if infections could appear mysteriously, if childbirth or fever could kill without warning, then illness felt like both a physical and spiritual crisis. A patient did not only need treatment, they needed reassurance, meaning, and protection from forces they feared. Myth and medicine stood side by side because suffering itself felt both bodily and cosmic. Ancient Greek medicine moved in another direction with the Hippocratic tradition, which argued that disease should be understood through natural causes rather than simply divine punishment. This shift was enormous. It encouraged physicians to observe symptoms, consider environment, diet, habits, climate, and bodily processes, and treat illness as something with patterns rather than as random supernatural anger. But Greek medicine also carried the humoral theory, the idea that health depended on the balance of bodily fluids. That theory was wrong by modern standards, yet it shaped medical thought for centuries because it offered a system. It gave doctors a way to connect fever, temperament, digestion, seasons, food, and treatment into one explanatory map. And even when the map was flawed, the habit of looking for causes in nature helped medicine slowly become more observational. In ancient India, the Sushruta Samhita preserved detailed surgical knowledge, including discussions of instruments, procedures, training, wounds, fractures, and reconstruction. The tradition associated with Sushruta is often remembered for surgical sophistication, including forms of nasal reconstruction, which later became famous because such techniques continued in parts of India into much later periods. What is especially important is the training mindset. Students were instructed to practice cutting on materials like vegetables, animal tissue, or other substitutes before touching living patients. That reveals a serious awareness that skill must be trained before it is trusted. Surgery was not just courage with a blade. It required preparation, steadiness, anatomy, as understood at the time, and the ability to act when the body had already been injured. In ancient China, medical thought developed through a different language of balance, flow, correspondence, and bodily systems, with texts like the Huangdi Neijing becoming central to later Chinese medicine. Concepts such as qi, yin and yang, channels, acupuncture, moxibustion, diet, and seasonal living belong to a worldview in which the body was connected to the environment and to patterns of change. Modern medicine does not accept every ancient theory behind these systems, and some claims remain debated or unsupported by current evidence. But historically, the system shows a deep attempt to understand the body as dynamic rather than static. It asked how weather, food, emotion, age, activity, and internal balance might influence illness. That question, stripped of its ancient cosmology, is not foolish at all. We now know that environment, stress, nutrition, sleep, infection, inflammation, and lifestyle can shape health profoundly. The ancient explanations were often wrong in mechanism, but sometimes they pointed toward real relationships. This is the subtle truth about ancient medicine. It could be mistaken and perceptive at the same time. A healer might use a plant remedy that had real effects while explaining it through spirits. A surgeon might treat a wound skillfully while also performing a ritual. A physician might notice that polluted water, poor diet, or seasonal conditions affected disease while lacking germ theory. Insight and myth were not enemies in the ancient mind. They were braided together because the world itself had not yet been divided into modern categories. Healing was physical, social, emotional, religious, and symbolic all at once. A patient wanted the bleeding stopped, but also wanted fear calmed. A family wanted treatment, but also explanation. A community wanted to know why suffering had entered the house. Medicine answered with whatever language the culture trusted, and sometimes that language helped, even when the theory was wrong, because care itself has power. Attention can calm, ritual can reduce panic. Clean bandaging can protect a wound even when the healer does not understand microbes. Rest can help recovery even when prescribed for symbolic reasons. Warmth, food, hydration, splints, massage, surgery, and herbal preparations could make real differences. But ancient medicine also caused harm. Bloodletting, toxic substances, misdiagnosis, dangerous procedures, and false certainty could injure or kill. We should not romanticize the past as if ancient healers secretly knew everything modern science later confirmed. They did not. Many suffered because knowledge was incomplete. Many treatments failed. Many explanations were built from fear rather than evidence. The real respect we owe ancient medicine is not blind admiration, but honest recognition. These healers were early investigators of pain. They watched bodies closely. They recorded cases. They tested remedies over generations. They built systems of meaning. They preserved knowledge in texts, apprenticeships, temples, households, and professional traditions. They tried to separate the treatable from the hopeless. They tried to give suffering a shape before the body became completely mysterious. And perhaps the most moving thing is that medicine began not with certainty, but with compassion under pressure. Someone saw a wound and reached for a bandage. Someone saw a fever and searched for a cooling drink. Someone saw a broken limb and tried to set it straight. Someone saw childbirth turning dangerous and tried to help. Someone saw pain and refused to do nothing. That refusal is the root of medicine. The mythic parts remind us how much people feared what they could not explain. The practical parts remind us how carefully they could observe despite that fear. Ancient medicine stands between darkness and knowledge, one hand holding a remedy, the other holding a prayer. And when you look back at it honestly, you do not see primitive people playing doctor. You see humanity at the bedside of its own ignorance, learning slowly, painfully, imperfectly, that the body is not only a mystery to be feared, but a reality that can be studied, touched, treated, and sometimes saved. Why the past feels stranger the more we learn. The past becomes stranger the more we learn because every new discovery removes a simple story we once used for comfort. At first, history looks clean from a distance. You imagine a straight road from caves to farms, from villages to cities, from stone tools to metal, from superstition to knowledge, from primitive life to modern life. It feels orderly, almost reassuring, as if humanity has always been climbing the same staircase and we just happen to live near the top. But archaeology keeps disturbing that picture. Every buried settlement, every ancient genome, every fragment of food residue on pottery, every footprint preserved in mud, every tool found far from where it was expected, every unread script, every abandoned structure, and every object made with surprising care reminds us that the past was not a simple hallway leading to us. It was a maze of experiments. Some succeeded, some failed, some disappeared without descendants. Some were forgotten so completely that we mistake their absence for impossibility. The more we learn, the less the past feels like a rough draft of the present, and the more it feels like a foreign world inhabited by people as intelligent, emotional, practical, confused, ambitious, and symbolic as we are, but living inside assumptions we can barely enter. This is what makes the past strange. Not that ancient people were beyond explanation, but that they were not waiting to become us. They had their own solutions, fears, categories, technologies, rituals, jokes, moral worlds, and ideas of what counted as normal. A skull, a pot, a wall, or a burial may look silent, but the moment researchers begin to study it closely, it can undo entire narratives. Ancient DNA has shown that human populations moved, mixed, disappeared, returned, replaced one another, and blended in ways that older histories often missed. People once described prehistory in broad blocks, as if one group simply arrived and another vanished. But genetic evidence has revealed a more tangled human story. Interbreeding, migration, local continuity, unexpected ancestry, and connections between distant regions. That does not mean genetics explains everything, because genes are not culture, language, identity, or belief. But it does mean that the people of the past were moving through a far more complex world than the old maps suggested. Remote sensing has done something similar to landscapes. Forests that once looked empty have revealed traces of roads, terraces, canals, platforms, fields, and settlements hidden under vegetation. What seemed like untouched wilderness can turn out to be a human-shaped environment whose builders left behind patterns too subtle for the naked eye. This changes the emotional weight of a place. You realize that absence may be only a failure of vision. The past may be there, beneath leaves, soil, sand, water, or habit, waiting for the right method to make it visible. And then there are the smaller discoveries, the ones that do not make monuments grander, but people more real. Traces of starch trapped in dental calculus can reveal what someone ate. Microscopic wear on tools can show how they were used. Chemical residues inside vessels can suggest oils, wines, medicines, perfumes, or meals. Isotopes in bones can hint at where someone grew up or what kind of diet they lived on. A child's footprint can show movement across a surface on an ordinary day that somehow survived for thousands of years. These details are strange because they shrink the distance. They remind you that history is not only kings, wars, temples, and collapse. It is also teeth, meals, illness, work, migration, childhood, repair, boredom, skill, and habit. The more precise the evidence becomes, the more human the ancient world feels, and the more alien it feels at the same time. You begin to see people doing familiar things inside unfamiliar meanings. They cooked, loved, feared, buried, traded, healed, decorated, argued, taught, and planned. But the reasons they gave for these acts may not fit modern categories. A burial may be family love, social status, ancestor ritual, fear of the dead, political display, or all of these at once. A tool may be practical, symbolic, inherited, traded, or sacred. A monument may be engineering, memory, authority, labor organization, and cosmology in one object. Modern minds often want one answer, but ancient life was layered. That is another reason the past grows stranger with knowledge. Certainty breaks into context. A single object can carry many meanings depending on who made it, used it, saw it, inherited it, or buried it. Even the word advanced begins to feel too simple. Advanced compared to what? A society may have no writing but an extraordinary memory tradition. It may lack metal but manage landscapes with deep ecological intelligence. It may leave no palace but organize labor through kinship, ritual, or seasonal gathering. It may never build a city yet know plants, animals, weather, and terrain with a precision modern urban life rarely requires. Progress is not one road, it is many skills developing under many pressures. The past feels stranger when we stop measuring every society by the tools we value most and begin asking what problems they were actually solving. A desert community does not need the same knowledge as a river kingdom. A seafaring society does not organize intelligence the same way as an inland farming town. A hunter-gatherer group does not lack complexity simply because its complexity is carried in movement, memory, and relationship, rather than stone buildings. Once you understand this, the past stops being a ladder and becomes a landscape. Some paths lead toward cities, some lead toward mobility, some toward trade, some toward ritual centers, some toward empire, some toward collapse, some toward quiet continuity that leaves very little behind. And this raises a deeper problem. The archaeological record is not fair. Stone survives better than wood. Bone survives better than skin. Burned clay survives better than spoken instruction. The powerful are often more visible than the poor. Public monuments survive better than private emotions. Dry caves, frozen ground, deserts, and sealed tombs preserve what wet forests erase. So the past we study is not the past exactly as it was. It is the past filtered through survival. That filter can make some societies look more important than they were, and others almost invisible. It can make men more visible than women, rulers more visible than workers, buildings more visible than songs, weapons more visible than childcare, destruction more visible than ordinary peace. The more archaeologists learn, the more they also learn how much the evidence hides. Knowledge expands the mystery instead of shrinking it. A new technique may answer one question and create 10 more. A newly found site may prove that people were there earlier than expected. But then, we must ask how they lived, why they moved, what they believed, whom they met, and what else we failed to see. That is why the past feels stranger the more we learn. Ignorance can make history feel simple. Knowledge makes it alive, and living things are never simple. They contradict themselves. They change unevenly. They surprise us. They refuse to fit the stories we built before the evidence arrived. Perhaps the deepest shock is realizing that people in the past did not know they were ancient. They were modern to themselves. Their world felt immediate, urgent, and unfinished, just as ours does. They were not standing under a label in a future museum. They were trying to get through the day, make sense of suffering, protect children, impress neighbors, survive hunger, honor the dead, gain status, repair tools, tell stories, and imagine tomorrow. We turn them into the past, but they experience themselves as the present. And one day, that is what we will be to someone else. Incomplete evidence, strange habits, broken devices, misunderstood symbols, fragments of a world that once felt obvious from the inside. Maybe that is the final reason the past grows stranger with every discovery. It reflects us back too clearly. It shows that every age believes it understands itself better than it really does. It shows that normal life can become mysterious with enough time. It shows that certainty is often temporary, and that future knowledge may make our own world look as strange as theirs looks to us. The past does not become smaller when we study it. It becomes wider, deeper, less obedient, more human. And if it feels stranger now, that may be a sign we are finally seeing it with more honest eyes.